And then today is Tuesday, March 16th at 12:02 p.m. We would like to convene this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means on February 25th, 2021, in accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act. I've determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location, such as the Municipal Council Chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I've made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. State Public Health Order 2021-5 addresses the ongoing COVID-19 public health emergency and establishes minimum standards to address the unique circumstances in different locations. Utah County is currently listed as having, at the time this was written, it was a high level of coronavirus transmission. Now I believe we are in the medium level, as determined by the state's transmission index metrics. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo City Municipal Council chamber and other meeting rooms. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, Shannon Ellsworth, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. Let's see, as far as council members present, it looks like we have all except for, let's see, I'm not seeing Travis Hoban. So unless I'm missing him on my screen here, we'll excuse him for the moment.
That is correct.
Okay. And we welcome Mayor and Deputy Mayor Isaac Paxman and several of our department heads here, as well as council administrative staff. The opening prayer today will be offered by me. Heavenly Father, we are very grateful to be able to meet together in these capacities to serve the residents of our city. Grateful for the blessings and progress that have been made against the pandemic, and pray for thy continued blessings that the vaccine administration will be swift and effective, and that virus spread will continue to retreat. We're grateful for the wonderful residents of our community, the opportunity we have to serve them, and pray they'll help us to be careful and deliberate and thoughtful in our discussions, that we'll be able to make good decisions on behalf of our residents. We offer this prayer and give thanks in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, it's proposed that we approve the following minutes from August 20th, 2020, August 25th, 2020 special meeting, September 1st, 2020 work meeting, February 16th, 2021 work meeting, and March 2nd, 2021 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? If there are no objections, then we will declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Okay, I was just checking my notes here. Sometimes Cliff sends me notes that are very important to what I'm doing here, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. All right, although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Use the raised hand function to indicate that you'd like to speak. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. Item number 1 will be a presentation regarding the customer service department's fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget, and this will be presented by Karen Larson, our Director of Customer Service.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our budget. It should be pretty brief here. Some positive things I think you'll see in our budget presentation today. So I'll go ahead and get started. Do I have control here to move the slide?
Yeah, you should.
Maybe not. John, would you mind moving the slide? Thank you. So just a brief summary of our customer service goals here. I think many of you, hopefully you know, as presentation last year, that we're always striving to improve our services to the citizens for effectiveness and efficiency, and for what makes sense to our citizens to serve here in one centralized location. And so, you know, our primary is serving the public as efficient and as effective as possible, and 2, ongoing efforts to enhance our services to our citizens and their experience on the website or in face-to-face, and the ease of access to our services that we offer here. So that's pretty much our service goals in brief summary. And this is our agenda for today that we put together as our services offered. Many of you may know them, some of you may not, and be new to understanding what our 311, our customer service lobby offers. And we will also show you new and proposed enhancements, our metrics, and then obviously our last is our budget. So in our services that we provide, just a brief history. I'm going to probably repeat myself. You may already know that in March of 2012, that's when we officially launched the 311 call center under Mayor Curtis's direction at that time. We are an internal service department. I believe that may have been one of Dave's questions that he had sent out previously in an email, that we are funded by the Power Department and the Public Works Department is how we are funded. And our hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're available for our citizens every day of the week. And that was a supplement, and that was a request from Mayor Curtis years ago to make sure that someone is here available on that Friday when a lot of the offices are closed for a 410 schedule. Our services that we offer is the call center, the 311 call center, our utility billing services. All services here are answered, all questions are all billing related issues here directly from our operation. We also provide service for our licensing and special events. So citizens can come here and make their application or online. And we also take their payments online or through walk-in lobby. We also do the airport security badging, all the badging for the airport. We take all payments for the parking citations in person or online. We also provide fingerprinting, electronic fingerprinting for services that citizens may need for a variety of reasons. They often come in for background checks, and we do all those as well, and they're all electronically done. Or for if someone's getting a concealed permit, we do those here for them. Passport services, one of our newer services, and we're going to show you a little bit of stats on that, on how that new service has progressed. We take park pavilion reservations here, and then obviously general city information we have that we give our citizens when they call in, and travels such as sign down or street light out or a number of services. So those go through our operation, and they electronically go out to the individual departments to actually perform the service. We improved the portal last year. So we did launch this portal a few years ago, but we have been continually making improvements on the portal. This is the My Usage portal, which shows and demonstrates, it has a lot of functions to it. One, it's to pay your utility bill. Two, because now we have full city smart meters on both the electric and water, the citizens are able to view their smart meter information and have it more accessible to them, whether it's daily or weekly consumption. We have been fine-tuning this, and we take the citizens' input very, strongly, and we do our best to improve this if we get feedback. One feedback was that we did this year, where you'll see the red outlined item there. The citizens can just come in here and pay their bill without logging in. Sometimes it can be a little bit of annoyance to people that they got to log in and things like that, and they just really want to quickly make a one-time payment. They are now able to do that at a very quick glance when they first come into the page. So that's we just continue to improve this portal, and any feedback from our citizens and anyone in the city at all is welcome to share what they feel like we need to do here. It's very flexible software. The newest, the next slide here is obviously our service enhancement of our new CIS system, which is our customer information system. Although it was a very bumpy road launching this application, we are stable and now have the ability to interface and to improve the customer's services and experience through having this software. So as you probably know, payments, we're able to process all of these integrations of our payments, our bill print, our meters. We're all integrated to other databases that connect into this primary source of the CIS solution. We're also able to interface to our online bill pays. So if you make your payment through your banking institute, we have electronic files that are coming in every day from those institutes. It's not hard copy checks coming into us. And so those are free services to our citizens, where our marketing this year is going to focus a lot on that, because we do have some complaints of a fee being charged for a single transaction, where our reoccurring transactions are at no cost, but customers are able to go on to their own bill banking institute and sign up for a bill pay, and it's free. And so we are just, we really want to focus on that this next year to make sure that the citizens know that it is an electronic interface to our database. So that money is coming in on a daily basis to us. There's no delay. The parking and the parking and the licensing software, those two applications, we do have online access, but we still are in the works of getting those interfaced to the financial piece of the Kayenta software, to where the financial data passes in an automated way to our financial software. So that's pretty much it on the CIS, but there's just, I guess, a point to make on the CIS launch. Although it was rough, we believe that there's a lot of functionality forthcoming in the next few years to offer our citizens. So the next slide, this is one of our newest projects that we'll be launching. We did budget for this project this last year, but due to the CIS implementation, it was too much for us to go into this. We had our hands full with the launch of the CIS. We will be asking to carry forward this funding from last year, carrying it forward to this next year. So, and because of the new building, we want to make sure that we do it right. And the things to note here is these kiosks are utility. They will give the citizens the ability to walk up to the front of the building or to the side of a building that is attached to a building. We also plan to have one as a drive-through, just like an ATM drive-through, where a customer can actually pay their utility bill, view their bill. They could pay. We can interface these solutions to any of our parking databases, to our business licensing solution. So they're very flexible in integration to take any type of payment and any form of payment, such as a cash, check, and credit card. These kiosks will also have the ability, which we're hoping to reduce the walk-in traffic in the lobby. That's the intent of these. One, also for major convenience for our citizen. But one thing that we are challenged with our citizens, when they don't have a bank account or they don't have, they only have cash and they deal with cash. They may have been disconnected for non-payment. These kiosks will allow a cash transaction to take place, and then it will also have the ability to do the interface to the power meter to activate that meter once they pay. So there is no intervention in these with human staff to intervene to actually send a work order over to the power department to turn their power back on because they've been shut off for non-payment. So citizens will be able to do that all on their own after hours on a Saturday or Sunday. So they're not limited to having a call out from a lineman or something like that. So it's going to be very convenient and efficient for our citizens for sure. So this is one of the most exciting new enhancements I'm looking forward to, and it will be quite a fun project to actually launch. But we want to make sure that we fit this in the new building just right. And so working with Dick and his team to actually make sure we know where the location will be for these. Next slide, please. This just shows some of our call center metrics. We won't belabor these because I think we're getting on time here really quick. This is our passports. This is one of the newest services that we did launch back in 2019. As you can see, in 2019, our revenue that we brought in on the year total there said 39,000, and the quantity was 1,140 passports that we processed. We increased the next year. We expected to continue to increase as the word got out that we are a passport service provider here. And then, obviously, we hit COVID and then we shut down. And we, as you can see over on the chart, that we had to stop taking passports. Also, the passport agency was not accepting anymore from us either. So we all kind of got shut down on the passports, but we are up and running again. We expect that the services we're going to have an overwhelming amount of passports this next year. And so we're excited about that. We're happy. This is probably one of our most favored services that our citizens have enjoyed. They're able to come here if they need a background check as well as their fingerprints. They're able to do the passports as well. So it's really been a very convenient service. The post office has really enjoyed the fact that we have taken this on as well. So it really has been a benefit, and I think we've been pretty successful with this. Next slide, please. Here's just a little bit of our call volume for the last few years. We don't always want to pride ourselves on how many calls we take because they may be for bad reasons, which obviously in 2020, that is what has occurred. We did originally, when we started the call center, we were trying to drive the traffic to our centralized call center. So we take it away from the individual departments where they were taking calls that were unnecessary, that really could have been a general call. And that was the intent of the call center, is to take the general calls to service the citizens at one location. But as you can see, in 2020, our call volume was up to 111. We took 111,000 calls in 2020. And so we're probably more average in the 90,000 when we don't have any kind of exceptional circumstance that takes place. And so we had COVID was one of the issues that rose the calls up there. We had rate increases, we had weather issues, and we had the new billing system. All of those factored into the increase in the call volume for 2020. We do take a lot of stats, and we have anything that you ever need, just so you know. May be boring to you, but this is kind of gives you a little picture of what's going on here in the call center. Next slide. And this final is our budget. Our budget overall, I'm just going to summarize really quick because you can see here, overall, we have a decrease in our budget of $161,000. The major decrease there is in the administration area of the O&M, which we decreased because of the project. We had quite a bit of money in there for the project that we did decrease. However, we were hoping to decrease a little bit more. We then got added the debt service charge of $105,000, which is the Kayenta maintenance fee for us in our area. A few other little things down there that are pretty minor changes. We had some employee, should say an employee that was being budgeted in one area that should have been in another. We fixed that and corrected that. But as far as our staffing levels, I anticipate this next year that we would even decrease, but obviously this budget doesn't account for those decreases yet, as we are 7 months into or 8 months into our CIS project. It'll take a little bit of time before we can actually confirm that staffing levels can decrease due to the automation into the new from the new CIS system. But we do have a little uptick in our information area, which is for computer replacements. The goal is to have, we struggled a little bit this last year with the COVID and our call center agents having the ability to work from home because we had to pick up their hard desk computers and get them home and set them up. So the goal is to replace many of their computers with laptops so that they are plug and play. They can pick up and go and work from home. Working from home is a national norm in the utility industry. And a lot of large cities are doing that now, and it's being very effective because we do have means of measuring and monitoring the call center staff from their remote location. So, but other than that, that's our budget. Any questions from any of you?
Any questions for Karen Larson? Mr. Fillmore.
Yeah, I would just say to Karen, well done. You were on a tight ship, it looks like. Thanks for saving us some money.
Of course.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you so much.
innovative spirit.
You betcha.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to item number 3 and welcome Travis Hoban, who has joined us during this last item. So item number 2 is a presentation regarding the fire department's fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. And this item will be presented by Chief Jim Miguel.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Sewell, members of the City Council, and Mayor Kaufusi. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the fire department today. I want to start by, we have a lot to be grateful for, and I want to start by expressing our appreciation. And as I go through the presentation, I'll call out some specific reasons that I say that, but it's been in what has been the craziest year in my career. There have been some wonderful things that have taken place, and we've accomplished some good things and had some bad things happen, but had the ability to respond well to them. And so we appreciate the support, the continued support of Mayor Kaufusi and all of you on the Municipal Council. John, if you've got control, would you give me a new slide? Thank you. So just a little bit about the department. We have 84 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. That part-time employee is an employee that you granted us not long ago for the Wildland Urban Interface program that we have begun. We have 5 fire stations, 4 of which are staffed with an ambulance and a piece of fire apparatus and a minimum of 4 people. And our fire station number 1 currently is staffed with just an ambulance and with 2 personnel. There are 19 people on duty every day. I have the 2019 number here, but our 2020 call volume was 11,589. We did see actually a drop in calls, and at a time when we thought COVID would hit us hard, call-wise, we saw, and the industry saw, something quite the opposite. People were not wanting to go to the hospital. People saw the hospital as a bad place to be if they weren't really sick, or if they didn't have COVID. And usually, when they had COVID, usually it presented like the flu, and they went down and went through an arduous process in the emergency room to actually get admitted. So our call volume dropped just a little bit. Next slide. Thank you. We have basically 5 divisions of the fire department. We have fire administration, which is myself, Chief Headman, and our administrative staff. Our responsibility is to coordinate the five areas that we have and coordinate with the mayor's office and much with the community. We have fire prevention. They're responsible to work with community development to make sure that what is being built in Provo, and the incredible amount that's being built in Provo, is done in a safe manner. We also have life safety responsibility as we inherit buildings that have been built and have to make sure they continue to be safe. They're responsible for fire investigation and public education, and our public information officer function. And then, as of late, we have added community risk reduction, meaning the Wildland Urban Interface program, to their responsibilities. Emergency operations, those are the ambulances and fire engines you see in the street, responsible for all of our emergency responses and the service calls that we receive. As you know, there are a lot of people, when they don't know what else to do, they call 911, and oftentimes the fire department is sent to see if we can't assist them with their problem, and we're grateful for that opportunity. John, thank you. We have our emergency medical services, and this is actually out of our emergency operations, but I break it out because it is a huge percentage of the emergencies that we respond to, but we provide an advanced life support level of service. We transport people to the hospital, and then with all that comes a tremendous amount of training and maintaining of certifications, and as a transport ambulance, meeting state regulations, it's quite a process. From this service, though, our annual revenue is approaching $2 million a year, and so I see us, in my experience in the fire service, I see us as an extremely cost-effective way of delivering our service. And then we have emergency preparedness. Our beloved Chris Blinzinger is responsible for our emergency preparedness. He's our emergency manager. And some of these things really kind of got set on hold. The community education, the CERT. Chris was filled with a tremendous amount of other responsibilities during our COVID emergency, and we'll talk about those in just a little while. Chris is also responsible for our emergency operations center. And then thank you, John, our last area is our Provo emergency communications, our 911 center. Some things have changed since we talked to you last. We have converted the managerial responsibilities in the communications center from a police lieutenant to a civilian manager. That's somebody that is dedicated and fully focused on running our emergency communication center. We have 26 full-time positions, and for the first time in what I understand is many years, with a hiring that we're in the process of doing, a single individual, we have our positions full, and that is been very unusual, not only for us but for all 911 centers across the state. And I attribute a lot of that to our new managerial staff, and also if you'll remember last year, there was a significant pay adjustment that was made for our emergency communications people. And I think that has made a big difference. But the environment, along with the compensation, has been very successful. We have 3 part-time employees, and we've worked very hard up until this last year. The emergency communications budget sat within the police department, and we then moved it to the fire department. But we have been actually working to get it to a standalone situation so that we would know exactly what this service costs and be able to budget it in one place rather than fire department, police department, and in the communications center. And then because of the changes that we've made, it's become necessary to work on right-sizing the support budget and the overtime budget for the communications center. There were a lot of times where when the communications center didn't have enough money, it was either drawn from police, mostly police, or as of late, fire. And so as a standalone budget, we're trying to work, and we're working with the budget office right now to make sure that we've got that budget, a standalone budget that is right-sized for our current situation. The fire department general plan goals. We have, there are a few that we've had a lot of movement on as of late. Our staffing ratios, we talked about this. I've received a lot of questions over the years about why or how we determine what staffing should be for the fire department. And it's no longer just kind of a ratio of personnel to population, but it's done in a more systematic fashion than that. Basically, what we are trying to achieve are 15 firefighters and 1 command officer on scene of a working fire in 9 minutes, and the first unit in 5 minutes or less. And in doing that, we have to look at the number of calls that we receive, the duplicate calls that we receive, and the number, as I said, number of calls of service. And so we have to be able to provide enough personnel throughout the city to provide this initial response force and still be able to cover other emergencies as they arise. And that is known as system reliability. We also take into account the EMS function that we serve, and also the number or the amount of hours we are in transport time, because when we're transporting, typically at least 1, maybe 2 units are out of service. And then we rely, for our much larger incidents, we rely, just like every city does in the state of Utah, on mutual and automatic aid from our neighbors. The emergency management function, as I mentioned, Chris Blinzinger, he is also responsible for our emergency operations center. One thing that's happening is his preparation to open a new emergency operations center, which we are very excited about in our new facility. But Chris's job really changed this last year. There were plenty of opportunities to activate the emergency operations center. We activated it several times during protests. We activated it after the earthquake, and we activated it several times to have discussions revolving around the pandemic. Chris is our coordinator of emergency public information with all of the other public information officers in the city. And Chris was responsible for our pandemic, a lot of our pandemic support. Because of our supply lines, he was able to not only make sure that we had enough PPE for us and for those who may need it outside of our organization, but provided it and distributed it to all of our city departments, not just PPE, but the equipment that we needed, like temperature or thermometers and those kinds of things. He also, as you know, took on the responsibility of testing city employees, which was a great help to determine whether they were they tested positive for COVID, we could get them out of the workforce. But the most important thing is we could get them tested right away. And then we could know in 15 minutes whether we needed to clear them from the workforce. And this turned out to be a tremendous benefit to us during the pandemic. And then Chris has worked very hard with a countywide committee on how to distribute the vaccines throughout our county, throughout our city and county. He is a pursuer of grants. We received an emergency management performance grant of $25,000. And we also, if you remember, we came to you and asked for $10,000 for a continuity of operations plan. And Chris has kicked that off and is now currently meeting with department directors and members of departments and our consultant. And then we have had some citywide EOC training. We had 2 citywide trainings this year. Even with all that is going on, we were able to accomplish 2 trainings. So been very busy in the emergency management arena. The fire department master plan project, something we were very excited about. We just a little over 2 weeks ago received the draft of this plan. We are right now putting it through an administrative review and a committee review. We have about 14 members of our fire department and other city staff, and previous council member Winterton is serving on that committee also. And we are doing a review of that. We will have discussion with our consultant, and we plan to get on the calendar to provide a council presentation probably within 45 days or so, given all that we've got going with the budget, and that it'll probably be 45. And the questions to be answered, next slide, John, are the location and basically our facilities replacement and our fire station locations. Location and staffing of fire station number 1, the need for and the location and staffing of fire station number 6, and what would trigger the need for that in the Northwest. The location of station 4 at build out, given the growth that we will see in the Southwest, and also our airport fire protection needs. We feel like that will be rolled into the overall plan. We anticipate that our airport is going to become very special and very busy, and with every commercial airline that lands or takes off, fire protection needs to be on the airport grounds. So we're planning for the future of the airport. Couple of success stories. We talked about the pandemic response and our ability to, as a city, not only meet the needs of our community, but to meet the needs of our employees, and to do some very creative things to make sure we could keep people at work. And if they needed to go home, there were a lot of efforts made that they would be able to work from home. And not only this, but our actual pandemic response to the community changed the way we did business. It became important to protect our people and keep the virus out of the fire department. And I feel like that went as well as we could have possibly expected it. A little while ago, probably, I don't know, 3 months ago, maybe 2 months ago, you authorized some funding for a part-time wildland urban interface program. And I'm excited to say, I hope some of you have seen the advertising that we have done and the programs that we have underway in our interface areas. We have some fuel reduction programs that are going on. We have neighbors that are making fuel reduction in their backyards and bringing that out. And we're working with our power department to go and pick up that and to be able to take a lot of this fuel that is down on the ground and has been there for a long, long time, and clear that out. That's one of the mitigation efforts, is the actual reduction of fuel, the education of our community, making sure that they know what makes their home a fire-wise home. And that's been that is off to a great start. Appreciate we've found a terrific part-time employee in our Fire Prevention Bureau, and Chris Blinzinger, who's actually leading the effort. they have gotten us off to a great start. I would be amiss if I didn't talk about some of our partners. Public Works and Energy have been fabulous in making commitments to help us to make this. They have tools and resources that are a great help in the Wildland Urban Interface program. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the gratitude and the things that went wrong, and because of our preparedness, they turned out to be somewhat positive, and a lot of that, I want to express our appreciation to the mayor for her support, and to the council for their support for the money to begin the mental wellness initiative that we began. We had no idea that we would be using this. About a month into our relationship with Stepstone, we had the officer-involved shooting, and within about 50 minutes, we had counselors from Stepstone on the ground with us. And our particular project manager, she lives in Phoenix, and she was in the air and she was on the ground by 9 o'clock that night. Worked through the weekend with officers and staff, dispatchers, police chief, and was able to provide the care that we needed at that time for that tremendously critical incident. And so we continue to be extremely grateful. I want you to know that in the fire department and in the police department, but in the fire department, we've had some that have been able to utilize this program and have been able to exercise some really old difficulties that they've had in their career. And I believe it's going to make for a healthier and a greater longevity employee in both our police department and fire department. And we, again, are very thankful for that. The question, if we had additional money, what would we do for it? What would we do with it? We have some supplemental budget requests. The first one has to do with the mental wellness contract. So we have funded it for a year, and we have come back to actually, we're asking that it be embedded in our budget, so it will be an ongoing program. You made it very clear that that was your desire, and we appreciate that. The mayor has done the same, and so we are looking forward to a long-term relationship with our counselors, but that will have to be a budget adjustment or a supplemental budget request that will have to be granted. Again, we hope that next year we will also be able to carry forth our community risk reduction program, and so we will be asking for that in the following year. We have a need in our dispatch center. When our dispatchers are all what we call EMD dispatchers. They're emergency medical dispatchers, and they are responsible for the questioning and the narrowing of the severity of the medical emergency. And there is a software out there. It is not a new software, but it is. We currently are using something that's been around for about 20 years. This has many benefits. One, it'll help us know it'll give us a very good idea of what is going on with the patient. It will also help us to know how we should respond to that patient. Patients are categorized in this program from alpha to echo, alpha being uncomfortable to echo being not breathing, no heartbeat. And based on the questioning and based on the outcome of this system, we will know where they fall and we can change our dispatch and alter our resources accordingly, therefore giving us a greater level of system reliability. As I talked about the 911 budget, we are trying to get it funded so that it will be a standalone budget. We're working with finance right now to figure out what that would be. It is our desire to try to get 4 of our firefighter EMTs to paramedic school this year, 2 in the spring, 2 in the fall, 2 in the fall, 2 in the spring with this budget year. And we for the last little while, we've had difficulty hiring firefighter paramedics. And so we've hired firefighter EMTs. They ride with a paramedic. And so we always have a paramedic on scene. That's our responsibility, being an ALS transport agency. And so we need to get 4 of them to school. And this is simply for the tuition. There are some other costs that go with this, but it costs about $8,000 a year to send a firefighter to paramedic school. And then we have some other costs associated with that. And then to be determined, the airport, we don't know what will happen exactly with the airport, but as things change, we will need to come back to you, especially if flights increase a great deal. We will need to come back to you in order to fund the additional resources to meet the additional amount of time that the airport is being occupied, or that planes are departing and arriving. The last thank you I have is that I know I had the opportunity to watch the discussion where you allocated $3.5 million for fire station number 1. And that is critical to our infrastructure. It is critical to the amount of growth that is going on downtown. Not only are we filling every lot, but we're doing it in a very high density manner. And so with the amount of people that are estimated to be moving into the downtown in the next 5 years, there's never been a more important time to have that resource downtown. And actually the master plan talks about increasing that resource so that there is a fire engine in station number 1 also. And so the money to build the station, should we, when we find the land to do that and get that started, we just want to express our appreciation for the commitment that you made to do that. Are there any questions for me?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Chief. It looks like we don't have any questions. So
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding the Development Services Department fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. And this item will be presented by Bill Pepperoni.
Hello, council members. I'm here with David Walter and Keith Murray, who will be talking to you when we get to the section on economic development. The Development Services Department really consists of 4 divisions. The largest of the 4 is building inspection. The reason it's as large as it is that we have several field inspectors and then 2 kind of office clerical staff that keep the building permits moving forward and getting bonds released and tracking bonds and those types of things. We did recently receive approval to shift funding from a planner position over here in green to a new plans examiner, a new hire there. Right now, all the building permit plans, all plan approvals go through essentially one person, James Anderson. Here, we do have a couple other people who will help with plan checking, like the chief building official and some of the others. But probably the biggest bottleneck in our department is just having one plans examiner, one full-time plans examiner. Again, we didn't need new money for that since we shifted a planning position. So our divisions are building inspection, economic development, redevelopment, and then planning. Boards and commissions that we're over and have responsibility for are there. Comparing 2019 to 2020, our planning applications stayed essentially the same, went up a little bit, but considering all of the impacts that COVID had on us, that's impressive that we actually went up. The things that the planners spend most of their time on is development review. We have a staff-imposed turnaround of 14 days to review plans and give those corrections back to the applicant or developer. And we have a staff-imposed requirement that all major development issues be identified in the first 2 reviews. It's very costly and difficult to a property owner or applicant to be 3 or 4 or 5 reviews into a project and then to get news that's kind of deal breaking, that's a higher dollar. So we put a lot of emphasis on identifying all significant issues in the first 2 reviews. The staff spends a significant amount of time writing staff reports with Planning Commission every other week, and then landmarks and the other boards and commissions we have. A lot of time is spent preparing staff reports for those boards and commissions. And then just helping the public at front counter and over the phone, it takes a significant amount of time. We have a planner of the day and an engineer of the day, and who that is rotates through the staff. But we always have somebody available to come to the front counter, even during lunch hours, and we always have an engineer available to come to the front counter or available by some other means whenever the public might come in. In the building department, our building valuation from 2019 to 2000 went up almost $150 million, which again is huge considering we just had a year of COVID. Now, although we had economic slowdowns because of COVID, we were very conscious to not allow that to affect the building department. So when we were working from home, we still had a skeleton crew available to the public to come in. And then we had planners and building officials working from home or out of their trucks. So we didn't experience any kind of slowdown in providing that kind of service. But $150 million in increased valuation is obviously gigantic. The biggest reason for that, I'm anticipating Dave Harding's question. The biggest reason for that is we were issuing so many more permits for multifamily and especially larger apartment buildings. That's the big reason for that increase in valuation. Chair, would you like to take the questions as hands are raised or at the end of the presentation?
We can take the question now if that didn't answer it for you, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, just so building valuation, I'm trying to understand. So this is what is this number? At first I was thinking this is like the land value or the building value of all of the built infrastructure in Provo. That
just takes into account the building itself. So whether it's a single family home or whether it's an apartment building, it's the valuation of the cost to build that building. And then the building permit, the permit is a small percentage of what that valuation is.
Right.
Our fee is a small percentage of that valuation.
Okay, so this building valuation, that is what was the worth of the buildings that you approved or inspected during that year?
That were approved that year, yes.
That was approved. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, and then you'll see on there, this is department revenue versus expenditures. So we were able to come out ahead on that, which we always like putting money back into the general fund whenever we can. Dave and Keith will now talk about what's going on in economic development. There's quite a bit going on.
Thanks for letting us join you. David and I will kind of tag team because there's really not a lot that either one of us do in isolation. Both of our jobs overlap so much. And it's been a fascinating year, I think, for both of us. When I started here in Provo a year ago, I kind of thought I knew what I was doing. And then coronavirus hit and everything that I thought I knew about economic development kind of got turned on its head. But despite that, and I think Bill's numbers show that there's just a phenomenal amount of good things happening in Provo. If you think about the downtown area just in and of itself with the construction of the new city hall, the redevelopment of the old city hall and the great work David's done to help us solidify an agreement with McQuinney, the redevelopment of Provo Town Square, and all of those projects really are changing the landscape of our downtown corridor. Then you have the Mix project, which we've had some great conversations with the new owners of that and their plans to move forward with that. They have demolition permits in place that should take effect here very quickly so they can begin demolishing the old structures. David spent quite a bit of time today on the phone trying to navigate the purchase of that property so the existing bonds that have been in place, that the city's had in place with the old developer, can be switched out and replaced with bonds with the new owners. So that should be moving quickly. There's constant conversations with the mall about what their opportunity is and what they're trying to do to move forward on a redevelopment plan for them. We took the Economic Development Committee out and toured Mountain Vista several weeks ago and talked about the great things that are happening out there and continue to happen. I don't know if all of you saw, but the Vanderhall Group was just highlighted in the BBC's Top Gear magazine for a new electronic all-terrain vehicle that company will be producing and probably come out next year. So their plans for expansion will probably go forward here in the very near future. We've been working actively on the West Side grocery store prospect and had some good conversations with the landowner and with some of the prospects that are there. And I think those are moving forward in a very positive way. East Bay continues to kind of reimagine itself. There's a lot of new development out there in the shopping center. We should see the new fitness center, and all of a sudden I've drawn a blank on the Planet Fitness. Sorry, I just drew a blank for a second on Planet Fitness. They should be opening here very quickly. David had a great suggestion that we identify the I-15 corridor coming in along Center Street as an area that we ought to pay attention to. And I can't read the last two that we have up there.
Riverwoods and South State Street.
Yeah, Riverwoods is continuing to kind of imagine their place on the map as well. There's been a lot of turnover there. Some of that they've been replacing, and some of that they're still trying to figure out how to replace. And then the last one is the south interchange, I-15 interchange, and the rezone to commercial that we've done there. And then, of course, South State Street, and our efforts to try to identify good, appropriate commercial uses that we can attract into that. We've had some great conversations with Buxton on possible prospects that we can reach out to and see if we can provide some stability and some new commercial development along that corridor as well. So, I mean, as you can see, for what you could consider as a down year, there's an absolute incredible amount of economic development activity in Provo. And I think our Milken study that reflects everything that we all know and love about why Provo is such a great place really has highlighted to the rest of the world why we're such a great place. And we're actually getting quite a bit of attention from that. Do you have anything?
No, just that we have a couple of project areas that will be terminating this coming year. The Mountain Vista is one of them, the financial center, which services the Zions Bank building. That'll be one. So along with the South University project area, that'll be portions of the city that we can take out of the redevelopment area and then work cooperatively with the school district in terms of other areas of the community that we can start to look at for redevelopment purposes.
Any questions for us?
Mr. Hardy?
Yes, we often do a lot of talking when we create these zones, and we lock kind of the property tax base in place, you know, for 10, 15, 20 years, however long, and with the idea that the increment then often most of it goes back to the developer, you know, in spite of inflation and other things that take place. But we are often looking at it from the front end. I would love to see if we have areas that are disappearing. I'd love to see the financial analysis kind of on the back end, and you know, hey, 10 years ago we locked this in place and we've received that all this time, but because of that development, now that it's coming off, our property taxes just bumped up this much for these properties. I think that would be helpful to kind of look at the full life cycle and help us you know, really understand the value that we get out of these areas.
So we just got the Form 700 reports from the county yesterday, and so I'll be able to share that with the council in the next little while after we go through and process those numbers. But I can tell you for Mountain Vista, we've added over probably $35 million worth of value back into the property, as well as created 400 to 500 jobs through the growth that's happened there. And for the financial services center project area, it was about 25 million in value. as a result of the Zions Bank building being constructed. So that gave us the Class A office space and helped spark some activity in the downtown area. But I'll go through those numbers and present those with the mayor after we have a chance to get it all done.
Thank you.
We would also point out that the mall has submitted their rezone application for multifamily on their north end. And so you will be seeing that rezone application come before you in the next month or so.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This doesn't have to do necessarily with what economic development presented, but just with what Mr. Pepperoni just referred to. Is there a master plan for the mall area?
They're constantly working on a master plan. They're a little bit leery of handing that out to where we become public information because it is still so high level and there's still a lot of variables that aren't known yet, but hopefully will be known soon. So they've been told that they need to submit an area plan as part of their rezone application, and that plan will probably just show the existing mall footprint. It's just, they're just not to a point where they can release that as public information.
Okay. We can have a conversation about this another time. I'm just curious. Yeah, I think we should be rezoning things in accordance with the master plan, not just in a hodgepodge fashion.
No, and I think we agree, Councilwoman. I think one thing that's good for us all to recognize, though, is there are so many moving parts for the mall that they're trying to navigate those. This is one piece of that project that's probably critical to the stabilization and the revitalization of the mall that can move forward and can produce a profitable return for the owner. And so I think what they're trying to find a way to do is to start the process of allowing that to, I mean, everybody knows what the housing market looks like and the demand that there is for housing. So with that pent up need and the ability to provide traffic directly to the mall when those residential units are adjacent to the mall, I think has a phenomenal ability to prop up and to better position the mall while they're trying to navigate through how do they resolve some of these other issues that they have with the mall redevelopment.
We've also emphasized to them that ultimately the mall property needs to look and function like one project, not disparate pieces. And so we've told them we're going to have to give a lot of serious thought to pedestrian, bicycle, and mass transit connection between this residential area and the mall itself. We'd expect them to memorialize those things in a development agreement. So to what extent we can, we're trying to make sure we address those issues.
Okay.
Councilor Felmar, and then we'll come back to Councilor Harding.
Thank you, Council Chair. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to personally offer an attaboy, if you will, to the economic development efforts. I think I can speak for Shannon as well, that with our new Economic Development Committee, we have been very pleased by the commitment and the creativity of both Keith and David. It's been a pleasure to work with them. And there are, in fact, a handful of other projects they haven't listed on the screen here, which also have considerable potential, and the council will be hearing more about those in the future.
Mr. Harding?
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to, just for my own clarification, just for my own understanding, what I heard Councilor Ellsworth asking was a master plan, an area master plan, similar to some of the area and neighborhood master plans that have been produced in the last decade or so. Not necessarily a master plan by the mall. And I too am interested in that effort of doing this kind of integrated with the community longer term planning efforts, particularly in areas that are active in development and redevelopment. And that seems to have slowed down a little bit in the last few years. And I know a lot of that is just staffing and bandwidth and resources. But I often, when we get proposals, for rezones and whatnot, if it's in an area that has had a fairly recent planning effort that's generated an area or neighborhood plan, it's a lot easier to evaluate and move forward with confidence. And if it's in an area that hasn't seen one of those, that focus of planning, it's a lot harder to try to look back at documents that are 20, 25 years old and try to evaluate how well it meets our goals and visions.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my own thoughts in case I was misunderstood. I'm not as interested in a large-scale neighborhood plan for that area. I'm more interested in a cohesive, comprehensive site plan for that area that ties together these elements that are going to redevelop, because yeah, we don't want to have the mix, right, where we've got some new developments that are doing all right next to some that are falling down. Let's make sure that we have a clear picture of where we're headed, and that way we can support and endorse and just have a clear vision of what to expect.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much for that presentation. We'll move on to item number 4, which is a presentation regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan. And I just got a note about it. If you just give me one moment here. Okay. Please note that we were notified that the links to the 5-year CIP on agendas.provo.org omitted the draft fiscal year 2022 CIP and instead referenced the prior year's adopted CIP. We regret the error and the inconvenience. The appropriate draft should be available online today at the city's website. And we will also note that the CIP is not being adopted today. So with that note, we'll turn this over to Budget Officer David Mortensen for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. So as Chair Sewell noted, there was a little bit of a mistake on the agenda report. So I hope that you all get a chance to look at this. If you haven't, we did send it out via email as a PDF a couple of weeks ago. So I'm hoping that you got to take a look at it that way. If not, it is on the website now for the council to see and for the public to be able to access. If you go to the city's website, provo.org, and then under departments, go to Finance Department and view financial reports. There's a list of CIP or 5-year capital plans there, and the fiscal year 22 plan, which is the one we'll be discussing today, is on there. Just recently uploaded about an hour or so ago. And it looks like Cliff just put a link to that document as well.
In the chat.
So it's my pleasure today to discuss the current 5-year plan that will be effective later this year, starting with the fiscal year 22, going through fiscal year 26. So the various areas that are covered in the 5-year capital plan, all areas of the city that have capital projects. So capital projects by definition are any project that is over $5,000 and is a improvement or a new addition to the infrastructure of the city. So it wouldn't include things like routine maintenance or repairs, but only large items that are considered an improvement or addition. So you can see here at the table of contents, we cover airport capital projects, economic development, energy, engineering, general capital improvements. New this year, as you know, is the Legacy Fund capital projects, Parks and Recreation, B&C roads, sanitation, stormwater, utility, transportation fund, vehicle replacement, wastewater, and water. And then I wanted to give, this page of the document gives you a description of how to read the document. There's a few things to note. First of all, is that each project is placed within one of 3 funding categories. It's funded, which means not necessarily that we have all of the funds currently, but it means that we've identified where those funds will be coming from and that we feel confident that those funds will in fact come to us in order to complete the project. Those types of projects would be put in the funded category. We have a partially funded category, which would be projects that maybe we've identified some of the funding, but we're still working on identifying where the remaining funding will come from. And then unfunded would be priorities that the various departments have identified, but currently don't have any funding in place and would need some type of action to locate that funding or make arrangements for that funding. And just really high level overall for the city for this current 5-year plan, we have just under $400 million of funded projects citywide, and then $14 million of partially funded projects. That is only for vehicle replacement, and we'll go over that in more detail a little bit later. I'll talk about vehicle replacement and why that's considered partially funded at this point. And then unfunded projects come in at just under 33 million for this current plan, which goes through the next 5 years. Also, something to note for when reading this report, each project is given a priority code. So you can see on the screen here, priorities 1, 2, or 3. 1 is a critical health or safety project. So something that if it weren't to be done, it would be a risk to the health and safety of residents of the city. 2, necessary infrastructure, not as critical as the number 1 priorities, but still infrastructure of the city that's something that's been identified that's necessary, that needs to happen. That is further split into 2 different areas. 2C is projects that have conditional funding that is secured. So we feel confident that those are ready to go. 2D are projects that depend on outside funding and will only be completed if that outside funding is secured. So there's maybe still a little bit of question on the funding for those projects. And then the priority 3 would be aspirational projects, things that it would be nice to do if we have the funding, but they don't necessarily take the same level of priority as the other 2 categories. And then the last thing to note is we also indicate for each project what the operating impact might be. This is something also that's a focus of the Government Finance Officers Association. As of late, when we submit our budget to be reviewed, that's something that they look at more closely now, and not only to let them know whether we think it will increase our operating costs, but to try and quantify that and give dollar amounts to what the effect will be of these projects on the operating budgets each year. So for that, we have 4 different designations. There's, if it has an A, it means there's a potential decrease. That would be like if a new piece of equipment is coming online or a new building where we anticipate less maintenance costs. That would reflect in a potential decrease in needed budget for those maintenance costs. B would be little to no impact, meaning we don't anticipate really any impact from the project on operating budgets. C would be a potential increase. Situations where this happens are where we add miles of road, or we add miles of sewer pipe or water pipe. That creates more infrastructure to maintain in future periods. So there's a potential increase to our operating budgets there. And then D is current increase needed. So those would be ones where it's immediately identified that we need X number of dollars in order to, after we complete this project, X number of dollars in the operating budget in order to maintain it. So with that, we'll jump right into the various different areas of capital improvements. First being the airport. Before I do that, actually, I'll go back up to this last one. You can't see it here, I don't think, but at the very bottom of this page on the document that's online, or the PDF that was sent out. There's also a note that any new projects or projects that were significantly changed from last year's plan will be notated with an asterisk. So that is the case again this year. It was pointed out shortly before the meeting today that there were some missing. I thank Councilor Harding for pointing those out. So we've gotten those corrected on the version that's on the website, and I've also highlighted them here. And for purposes of this presentation, I've highlighted all of the new or significantly changed projects in green. And then for those projects, we can look at the detail sheets as well, and kind of look at what they are and maybe what's changed if it's a project that was on the report last year. So starting with airport, as you can see, total capital project spending over the next 5 years is about $16.5 million. None of that is projected to be in this next fiscal year that we're currently budgeting for. So it would all, beginning in fiscal year 23, there's a $5.6 million for reconstruction of Alpha North Taxiway. That's something that has been on the plan already. In fiscal year 24, $3.4 million for reconstruction of the North Apron. That was also on the prior 5-year capital plan, but I believe it was projected to happen at a later time, maybe in the 24-25 fiscal year, if I remember right. One of the new projects is planned for fiscal year 25, and that is the rehab air carrier movement areas. So we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in a second. But then in fiscal year 26, we have the snow removal building, which was previously scheduled for an earlier year, but has been pushed back to make room for some of these other. And you can see here, as I noted, the priority levels, all of them are listed as necessary infrastructure depending on outside funding. And that outside funding would be grants from other entities, other governmental entities. And then the operating impact, 3 of those are a potential decrease because it's improving the current state of those assets. So we would anticipate less maintenance costs on those after they're rehabbed or reconstructed. And then these last 2 have a C, potential increase, just because it's construction of new assets. So there could be some new maintenance costs there that we didn't have before. So those are the funded projects in airport. In unfunded projects, they identified 2 that are new this year. The first one is the taxi lane maintenance. So up at the funded projects, you see this new taxi lane construction. This unfunded portion would be the maintenance of that taxi lane. And then a Delta Restoration Wildlife Monitoring System is the other one. So those are currently listed as unfunded. Both listed as necessary infrastructure that depends on outside funding that hasn't been identified yet. That's why they're on this list. And the first one has a potential decrease in our operating budget, and the second one a potential increase. So looking at those new items new to the plan this year, these are the detailed sheets in the capital improvement plan. And this will give you details on anticipated revenues, when we anticipate those revenues coming in, what the sources are, and then the expected costs and what year those costs would fall into. So you can see this one is the rehabilitation of areas used by aircraft to maneuver before and after flights. And revenues would be coming from grants, and construction anticipated to be $2 million and to be completed in the fiscal year 25 year. The second new one was the construction of a new taxi lane to accommodate growth at the airport, to be completed in fiscal year 26 at $500,000, also funded by grants. And then these next 2 were the unfunded new projects. This first one was maintenance funding needed to maintain the taxi lane that is in need of preservation, $500,000 that's currently not funded. And then the last one for airport is the monitoring system to track wildlife entering Provo's airspace to minimize risks associated with the Provo River Delta Restoration Project. And that is estimated at $5 million, and as I noted, is currently unfunded. Before I move on to economic development, are there any questions about airport capital projects?
Fillmore?
Fillmore.
Yes, I am curious about that $5 million price tag for the Delta restoration. Is that what it's called? Is that something that's mandated by the federal government? We have to do, or is it an optional thing that we choose to do?
That's a great question. I don't have the answer to that, and I don't see anyone from Public Works on the call right now. So unless there's someone in administration that might know that answer, we can definitely reach out to the airport and, oh, there they are. They are here. There's Dave Decker and Jimmy. So.
I'm happy to answer it, David, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Fillmore, it is not mandated by the FAA or any federal agency. Right now, it's being proposed mostly as a protection measure to the airport, and it's a fairly new project. We probably need to have some additional conversation during the budget process with the council on that project and why it's being proposed. But to answer your question, it is not mandated, no.
Thank you.
Okay, I thought there was one other question, but maybe they.
I actually had the same question. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, moving on to economic development. This is a capital project fund that isn't really largely used, but occasionally we do have projects here. The amount that we currently have in this plan is the $100,000 that was appropriated by the council in February for incentives for the West Side grocery store. And it's listed here as prior year carryover because technically those funds were appropriated into the fiscal year 21 budget. And as we're unsure currently at the exact amount that will be spent this year before the year end, we have in the plan carrying over the full amount, but this could be less depending on what we actually spend in the next 3 months or so. And then, as you know, on the meeting agenda later tonight, there's an additional $900,000 proposed to be appropriated that would also go into this fund to serve that purpose. Any questions about economic development? Not seeing any. Okay. Moving to the energy fund, their capital projects are pretty steady each year. There's not a lot of new things happening other than what they list is their regular construction of distribution and transmission lines and substations. So there's not a lot of variance from one year to another with the 5-year plan. And that's the case again this year. It's pretty much the status quo. There's nothing that hasn't been seen before, and the amounts are comparable to what has been budgeted in prior years. Are there any questions, however, about the energy capital improvements and anything on this summary page? In total, they're projecting just over $42 million in capital projects over the next 5 years. And all of those are listed as necessary infrastructure and to have little or no impact on our operating budgets. If there's no questions there, we'll move on to engineering. So engineering has a total over the next 5 years of $10,885,000 in capital projects. The majority of these have been on prior year capital project plans. Those final two that are highlighted are new to the list this year. Lakeview Parkway from Mike Gents to 2470 West, and pedestrian bridge at 100 West, 600 South. Some of these, as you can see, are noted as a priority level 1. And I'm sure Dave would be happy to answer any questions about those priority levels. And then you can see the operating impacts here. And then they have some unfunded projects as well in engineering. including Canyon Road, University intersection improvements, Regional Sports Park Phase 1, and Regional Sports Park Phase 2. These have been included in a prior year's plan, also as unfunded projects. It looks like we have a question from Councilor Harding.
Yeah, I appreciate all of the answers that all of my questions you've already answered. Actually, it's the project that you have up on the screen right here. My understanding is, I believe this road is already complete. This section of the road. So I'm curious what is happening. Why? What is this project for? What's being accomplished through this project?
So if you read the description here, I don't know if it's big enough to see, but it looks like this project would widen Lakeview Parkway for that stretch, which is needed for the airport expansion, and because of the regional sports park complex that will be coming online. And I don't know if Dave has any more to expound on that, but
David, I'd be happy to expand on that if you want.
I don't know which David you're referring to, but yes, just a little bit like, this road is not very old, so kind of what's the rationale behind the expansion at this point?
You're right, Mr. Harding. The current configuration of the road, it's one lane in each direction, and with the additional traffic we anticipate from the airport, but actually primarily from the sports park, they have 26 fields, I believe, planned at the sports park. We anticipate a significant increase in the traffic that would need all the lanes and certainly turn lanes into the park and into the airport. So the project's a combination of widening the road in anticipation for that additional traffic at both locations.
any other questions or concerns with that one? Okay. The next new project with engineering was, let's see if I can still control this. There we go. Pedestrian bridge at 100 West and 600 South. So in 2016, UTA was awarded a federal Tiger grant to construct a pedestrian bridge over the Frontrunner rail lines at about 100 West, 600 South, with Provo City as a grant co-sponsor. Current cost estimates indicate additional funding may be needed to complete the project as currently scoped. So you see here in fiscal year, this should say fiscal year 20, I think we might have the wrong year listed there. Fiscal year 23, I believe, is what that is meant to say, that $1 million would be used for that project. And then moving on to our general capital improvement fund. The only item in this that's been here for a little while now is the public safety and city hall building that's currently being constructed. So that's anticipated to be completed during fiscal year 22, and the amount remaining is just under $39 million left. Unfunded within the General Capital Improvement Fund is replacement of the police communications van building and a new incinerator. The cost of that anticipated to be just under $630,000. And I do have a sheet here that gives a location of that over near the Public Works building. So in the description, Public Works has asked that the existing building be relocated for future parking. And then also this project replaces the police communications van building due to a need for additional storage and expansion room for the police communications van. The new metal building is estimated at $385,510, and the incinerator for incinerating evidence is estimated at $42,450. So the total for construction of the project, $427,960, and then the remaining amount would be for land acquisition. This parcel of land is actually owned by the energy department, and so we would be purchasing it from them for the amount that we have listed here. I think it's, let's see, It's listed there. 200,000. Yep, that's what I thought. $200,000 for the land acquisition. Any questions about City Hall project or about this police comm van building and incinerator? Okay. So moving on to the brand new fund that we've just created, the Legacy CIP Fund. As you're aware, in February in the council meeting, we got approval to transfer some funds from the general fund into the new Legacy CIP Fund to be used for projects that will benefit residents of the city for a long period of time. The total amount transferred into that fund was $7,779,285. And at that time, we appropriated $3.9 million. 3.5 of that was for fire station number 1, and then 400,000 for airport terminal changes. So we've included these in the budget, in the capital improvement plan, as the 3.9 million is included as a carryover from fiscal year 21 that we're in now. Kind of similar thinking as with the economic development funds that I talked about, where we likely will have some expenditures between now and June 30th on these projects, but not knowing exactly what that's going to be in the 5-year plan. For now, we have the full 3.9 million being carried over, but in reality, it'll be a little bit less than that. The other $3.8 million that you see there is the unappropriated fund balance that's within the Legacy CIP Fund. And so that's there to be used at the council's discretion. As you know, there's a couple of items that come back to the council meeting tonight to be considered that could be utilized out of that $3.8 million. And then the rest will just be used at a future date to be determined by the council and on projects determined by the council. Any questions on the Legacy CIP Fund at this point? Okay. Move on to Parks and Recreation. So Parks and Recreation total over the next 5 years in funded projects is $36.3 million. The majority of that is anticipated in the next budget year. Fiscal year 22 is about $21 million of that. Most of these projects have been on plans of the past, but there are 3 new ones highlighted here: the Delta Gateway Park, the Regional Sports Park, and then 300 South University Park Plaza. These second 2 have been listed on previous plans, but they were either partially funded or unfunded. And this one specifically was listed under a different name. It was listed as Downtown Plaza, I believe. And then in the unfunded projects for parks, there's a few that have been there for a little while: Slate Canyon Park, Rock Canyon Trailhead, and Provo River Parkway Trail North. And then new to the list this year is Stutz Park. And then just something to note as well on these unfunded projects, the priority level is 3 on these first 2, and then 2 on the last one. So looking at the new additions for this year, the first one being, let's see. Sorry, it's hard to read that version, so I have to read my version. So over many years, Provo City has coordinated with mitigation commissions efforts to restore the Provo River Delta to protect the threatened June suckerfish. A community input effort conducted by the commission called for a small city park to provide access to the trails and recreational amenities that are planned for the new river delta. So through careful negotiation, the design costs of $77,000 were paid by the commission. Parks and Recreation has further negotiated a 3.5 acre land transfer valued at $615,000, as well as the complete construction and development costs of approximately $2,127,227 for the new park. This will result in a new Provo City neighborhood park offering extended outdoor recreation opportunities at no local cost other than the coordination by management staff. So you can see there that it's projected to be constructed over the next 3 fiscal years, the biggest amount coming in fiscal year 22, and then smaller amounts in fiscal year 23 and 24. Next would be the regional sports park. So as I mentioned, this has been listed in prior plans, but it was considered partially funded at that time. In last year's plan, the funding identified was 1.23 million. So we currently have funding identified to enable us to put this as a fully funded project. And as you can see, the overall project cost is estimated about $23.8 million. And completion would be during fiscal year 24. So totals for the next 3 years would be $9.1 million in fiscal year 22, 7.3 million in fiscal year 23, and 4.5 million in fiscal year 24. I won't read the full description just because I know there's been a lot of discussion already and presentations given by Parks on the regional sports park. But just wanted to show you the detail of this one and give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have about it. Any questions at this time? The next one that's on the funded list. So this formerly was known as the Downtown Plaza Park. I believe it was on the unfunded list last year. It's currently listed as funded, and total funding just under $700,000 to complete this park. This is at the address University Avenue and about 300 South. They're just south of City View Apartments, I believe is what they're called. There's a little space of land there that the city owns that they're proposing to put this park on. So the description says, with increased residential development in downtown Provo, the Parks and Recreation Department has identified an available space for an urban pocket park. A 0.25 acre remnant parcel has been transferred to Provo following a recent UDOT right-of-way project. The design includes attractive landscaping and raised platters, creating a buffer to the busy intersection, textured paving, some small seating areas, and an iconic art piece that is unique to Provo. Located at the northeast corner of University Avenue 300 South, the site may contribute to an improved identity of the downtown district. Parks impact fee funding would be supplemented with CDBG grants to complete the project in fiscal year 22. The next item, Stutz Park, which was listed on the unfunded projects. Total cost of 2.9, almost $3 million. And there's not a projected year in which that could happen until we can identify the funding source for it. But the description for this one is Provo City purchased 5 acres of property at the city western boundary at 3700 North with the intent to develop a neighborhood park. Parks and Recreation worked with a design committee of neighborhood residents to design the site with park amenities and access to the Provo River. Several of the mature trees that were originally planted by the former owner, botanist Howard Stutz, will be preserved in this design. Let's see. So that's everything for Parks and Recreation. It looks like Councilor Fillmore, you have a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to pinpoint in my mind the location of Stutz Park. It's 3700 North. How far west?
That is a good question. It says at the western boundary of the city.
I just don't know what that is. Is it out by the lake?
It's right out right next to the bridge of the Provo River. So it adjoins the Provo River on the west side.
Awesome. Thank you, Doug.
So where is it relative to the lake or Geneva Road or the high school?
Okay, so it's if you're traveling up University Avenue to Will's Pit Stop, you take a left. It's way in North Provo. You head west and you continue west until you get to the bridge crossing the Provo River, and it's just on the south side of the road.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right. So moving on to BNC capital improvements. There's nothing new in this plan as compared to last year's plan. And you can see the cost, the total of 14 million over the next 5 years is pretty evenly split between the years. So nothing really big or new to talk about in this one, unless anyone has any questions about our BNC roads capital improvement projects. They do have some unfunded projects. Again, there's nothing new here as compared to the prior year, but still considered unfunded. You can see those projects here. Some of them do have a priority level 1, which would be critical health and safety, add up to about 750,000 for those priority level 1 items that currently have no funding identified. Moving on to sanitation, just 2 projects listed here as funded. I think they're the same projects that have been funded or been included on the plan as last year. So regular public works facility improvements, and then vehicle replacement. And you can see pretty consistent through the years, maybe a year here and there that has a little bit of a change, but just a regular kind of savings account for capital that the sanitation department can have to improve facilities and purchase new vehicles as needed. In stormwater, there's 3 new projects listed here down at the bottom. Their total for all projects over the next 5 years is just under $11.5 million. Also pretty well evenly split between the next 5 years, all considered a priority level 2 necessary infrastructure, and either no impact to our operating budgets or an expected increase to our operating budgets. So the new projects, this one was actually partially on last year's plan as an environmental study for the airport moat piping. We had $300,000 budgeted last year for that purpose. This year incorporates the actual construction of the moat for $875,000 that would take place in fiscal year 22. So the funds, it funds piping and covering of part of the airport moat between the new terminal and entrance and exit. The next one, 2800, sorry, I think I skipped one, 2470 West Outfall. So stormwater outfall on 2470 in preparation for the regional sports park and other future West Side development. Also would be included in the fiscal year 22 budget at $350,000. And then a similar project at 2800 West, stormwater outfall on 2800 in preparation for regional sports park and other future West Side development. And that one at 150,000. Councilor Harding.
Thank you. If Mr. Decker's still there, I'd love a 30-second explainer of what an outfall is. I'm probably the only counselor who doesn't know what that is, but what is a stormwater outfall?
That's fine, Mr. Harding. It's the primary leg of a storm drain system right before it generally hits a body of water. In this case, it's the East Provo Bay, but it's the primary leg. It will branch out as it works its way further north, but it's the main leg in each of these locations.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the Utility Transportation Fund. These projects are the same as last year. No changes here. So it includes $2 million per year for overlay expenses, and then $140,000 per year for the next 5 years for crack seal projects. Both listed as necessary infrastructure and little to no impact to our operating budgets. Vehicle replacement. This one's a little bit of an interesting one that I want to spend some time on. So it's listed currently as partially funded. which may not make a whole lot of sense when you look at the funding sources up above and see that all of those amounts exceed the amount of the project cost below. What I'm showing here is those funding sources would be the payments that would be required from the general fund to the vehicle replacement fund in order to make the purchases that are proposed down below in the project costs. So each year, the Fleet Advisory Committee gathers together and we go over all of the various needs for different departments as far as fleet. And we prioritize, what are the top 5, top 10, top 20 needs in your department. And then we go through and identify when those will be needed, when we feel like the funding will be required. And most of these purchases are done on a loan basis with the vehicle replacement fund. So essentially what happens is the vehicle replacement fund will use their fund balance to go out and purchase a new vehicle. And then the department that needed the vehicle will then repay the vehicle replacement fund over 5 years with interest, usually 1 or 2% interest. And so the funding for the replacement of vehicles really comes after the fact and separated during various years after the initial purchase of the vehicle. So just for reference, the current transfer that we make from the general fund to the vehicle replacement fund in the fiscal year 21 budget was just over $2.6 million, I believe. So if we were to keep that same level of contribution into the vehicle replacement fund from the general fund, we would be partially funded because, as you can see, the total cost as recommended by the Fleet Committee would be 2.8 million in fiscal year 22, 2.9 million in fiscal year 23, and then jumping up to 3.5 million in fiscal year 24, dropping back down to 2.7 million in fiscal year 25, and to 2.1 million in fiscal year 26. So you can see there that there's a little bit of a funding gap if we were to maintain our same level of contribution from the general fund in the form of those payments that go in. Councilor Handley, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this factors in the encouragement from the council to be replacing vehicles with electric vehicles whenever possible.
Yep.
Has that been calculated into this already?
Yeah, that's something that was discussed recently with the committee, and I believe that Warren, the new fleet manager, has been implementing those new costs for a lot of those hybrid type vehicles or electric vehicles being added into the fleet. So I believe it does include a lot of those new costs.
David, I'm prepared to give a little bit more answer if you want to expand,
Sure.
if you want me to expand a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I checked with Brian Torgerson and also Warren from our fleet maintenance shop, and they reported in fiscal year 20, we bought 7 hybrids, and this year, fiscal year 21, we bought 12. So currently the city fleet has 19 hybrids. 2 of those are full electric vehicles. We're anticipating each year you'll see an increase in the coming fiscal year.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely a part of what you're seeing, this increase. Another part probably is just we've heard from various departments that feel like their fleet has not been that we could do better at maintaining their level of fleet or replacing vehicles when they need to be replaced. I know police specifically is one that we've replaced, I believe, 15 vehicles a year when they feel like they should be replacing more like 20 vehicles a year. So some of that's factored into this as well. This increase is trying to just increase our rate of replacement for some of our departments that feel like that's warranted. So. All right, we have a couple left. So wastewater would be the next. Mostly the same projects that were on last year's 5-year plan, with the exception of the addition of the regional sports park sewer project. With all of these plans together, I should have said first, the total is anticipated to be just under $136 million, kind of heavily weighted to the next 2 fiscal years and then kind of declining after that. But a lot of that has to do with the new reclamation plant project that you can see is using up quite a bit of funding resources for the next couple of years and then kind of winding down. And then looking at the new project on the list, the Regional Sports Park Sewer Project. So this sewer line installation within the Regional Sports Park site needs to be in place before the sports park is completed. So that's why it's been made a priority here. And you can see the total of that project there, $884,000. Any questions on wastewater before I move on to water? Okay. In the water fund, we have just over $72 million of projects planned for the next 5 years that are all funded. 3 new ones of note down at the bottom that are highlighted. This one actually isn't new. The aquifer storage and recovery projects has been included on prior plans. We highlighted it this time because the amount has been decreased in the most current fiscal year 22, to free up a little bit of funding for some of these other projects. The next 2 are new projects: treatment plant diversion design and construction, and then the water treatment plant itself. You can see the totals there. So detailed sheets for those. This first one is the ASR project that, as I noted, has been presented previously, but just to note that the fiscal year 22 amount is $1 million less to free up some of that funding for other projects. And then the new projects, the design and construction of the diversion on Provo River to create opportunities for future utilization of existing water rights. So $2.4 million anticipated for that project, all to take place in fiscal year 22. And then the next one would be the construction of a water treatment plant to treat river water to culinary quality. And this will help the city more fully utilize existing water rights. And the total of that project anticipated to be $30 million. Councilor Harding.
Thank you. I noticed that the 30 million is listed, the funding source is listed as grants. Is that, we're expecting to be able to get a grant, or we hope to be able to get a grant? We already have a grant?
Yeah, so I think there's multiple grants that are currently being pursued, and Dave could probably expound on this and where we are in that process. But I know that when we spoke with Dave in the mayor's office, there were 5 to 6 grants maybe that had been identified that we're currently pursuing. Dave, do you have an update on maybe whether any of those have been secured, or if we're still trying to secure those?
So this is actually part of the Public Works presentation that we'll talk extensively about in the next hour, but we have about a half a dozen grants, and particularly over the next 8 to 9 months, those applications will be finalized and some decisions hopefully made. So we anticipate we'll be able to come back in January, this coming January, this fiscal year, and report to the council specific results of those applications.
Great, thank you very much. I'll hold my other questions on this for later.
Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Kind of a quick look over a 154-page document. We just looked at 40 pages of it. So like I said, now that you have access to the correct version, please, as you review it, if you have any questions, reach out to us, and we're happy to look into and answer any questions that you might have. So.
Thank you, Mr. Martinson. If there are no other questions, and we've come to the point in our, Mr. Shipley, go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick to Mr. Mortensen. Is there any aspect of this most recent round of funding from the federal government that will come to the city? Just thought to ask that offhand. I know it's not anything specific to CIP, but I just wondered if there's another round of some additional funding to city projects.
Yeah, so we're just in the initial stages of gathering information on what's coming. There was some information sent out by the Government Officers Finance or Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA is what we call it. They sent out some information with some preliminary estimates, and the information that they gave indicate that we could receive up to about $30 million or close to that, and it would be split between two disbursements to us. The first would happen within the next couple of months, and then the next one would happen a year from now. And then the legislation is a little bit more broad in our ability to use the fundings, as what we believe, and we also have longer to use it. We have until 2024 to expend the funds. So that's kind of just really preliminary information and definitely subject to change. But that's the kind of initial estimate that we received from GFOA.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mortensen. Appreciate all of our budget presentations today. We're actually just right on time, which is great. We're currently scheduled for a 10-minute break, so please be back and ready to go by 10 minutes after 2. Thanks. Next item is item number 5, a presentation regarding Public Works budget for the next fiscal year. And this item is to be presented by Dave Decker.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. Thank you for the opportunity that we have today to present on the Public Works budget. I think Dave Mortensen did an excellent job in introducing some of the challenges and some of the projects that that we face in Public Works this coming fiscal year. And we're hopeful that this presentation will help formulate some questions and directives that we need from the council during the next 2 to 3 months as the budget gets approved. Some of the items that we'll talk about today, if we spend too much time on them today, we probably won't get through the whole presentation. We have a lot of information to get through, but I'm happy to answer questions that you may have. But probably need to understand that we probably don't have enough time for a lot of debate on every single topic. And again, I'm trying to just help the council formulate specific questions in areas that we need some help in Public Works and direction. And I'd be happy to specify, if the council does need some help identifying, the specific projects. Before we get into the presentation too far, I want to acknowledge the entire staff of Public Works. Again, this is covering the entire department, and it covers a wide variety of areas. Lots of people were involved in this presentation, and I want to acknowledge especially the people that are serving the community day to day. We're going to spend a lot of time on CIP projects, but that's not to minimize the importance of the day-to-day service that Public Works offers to citizens. And I try to acknowledge that in settings with the employees and with the council, how important that day-to-day interaction is. I especially wanted to acknowledge Jimmy McKnight. He's here with me. He played a key role not only in this presentation, but in our budget presentation or budget preparation. This is a very busy time for him, and he plays a key role in preparing a lot of this information. So the next couple of slides, we're going to try to summarize some of the main topics we're going to cover today in the presentation. This is not an exclusive list, inclusive list of every project in these areas, but we're going to try to cover some of them so that the council has a pretty good idea of some of the challenges and again, direction that we specifically need from the council. You can see on the next slide also, again, just some of the challenges that we're facing in the upcoming budget. I also wanted to make sure that the council understood some of the questions that we get asked just in the budget process that come particularly from the council staff. We may not fully answer today in the presentation with our attempt to get through the entire CIP list. And if there's additional questions that you have either now or later, I'd be happy to answer them at any point. So I want to start just initially by pointing out some accomplishments, and we're going to start in the water area. It does have one project that I want to spend a little bit of time on so that the council and citizens of Provo understand the importance. But I want to start first by projects that either are underway or completed during last fiscal year so that the council understands where we're using the money. And this is a well that is under construction. You can see Westridge Elementary School in the top area of the picture. So this is in the Grandview area. And in association with some reconstruction that's happening in that park, we drilled a well that's located in blue right there, and that is still under construction. They're about 500 feet in the ground right now with a 24-inch casing, which is a large casing for a well. And we're anticipating this well to be very productive and help supply in the Grandview area and throughout the whole city. The next slide also, I wanted to point out two items that have been accomplished this year. So these are portable generators that can actually be moved from wells and pump houses a variety of locations where they can be utilized. I think over the last 2 years, I pointed out to the council that we did not have a well, even a single well in the city that had a backup generator. So during an emergency, if wells were needed to be operated, we didn't have that capability. We have some mobile generators, and then the next slide actually shows the 48-inch, the 4800 North well that was re-drilled this year, and this is the generator that is built in at that well house. And so we now have not only portable generators that could operate perhaps one well, but we have one that is fixed next to 4800 North. And so we're moving in the right direction as far as emergency preparedness. Let me start a little bit of a review on water with the council. I know the council has seen this slide and the next slide multiple times in presentations. These come from master plans in the water area, and they show projected water production is in the light blue line, the solid light blue that kind of crosses through that green area. Jimmy, if you want to point that out. This is water production anticipated through 2060. You can see the years along the bottom of the graph, and the colors, the solid colors in the graph itself represent different water rights, and they're identified on the right-hand side. The yellow line that cuts through the red area, that's actual water consumption, and you can see Provo City is actually on the decline, which is a good sign. People are conserving water. We're being careful with water consumption, and this is actually a good sign. So we're well underneath the state's conservation goals in Provo City. But it is important to note some of the quantities and some of the information on this graph that I'm probably not going to spend enough time on. But these solid colors represent water rights that the city has, and the city has an excellent portfolio of water rights. But it's sometimes a fallacy to think that the water right means that the water is always going to be available. And one of the things that we are experiencing is a decline in our aquifer. And so one of the primary water rights that we have in the city is it's highlighted in the blue, or excuse me, in the red, the large red area where the hand is. It's a consolidated groundwater right, and we have between that water right and the one that's just above it in the purple, we have nearly 31,000 acre feet of water rights. But we're finding that we can't draw 31,000 acre feet out of the aquifer. The aquifer will simply not supply that kind of water. And in fact, I'll reference a study that we've done just recently. The council has seen a draft actually on this study a year and a half ago. But that particular study indicated that the safe supply out of the aquifer was around 13,000 acre feet. So less than half of the water rights that we have can really be drawn out of the aquifer. And you'll see the significance of that in the next couple of slides. This is a similar slide. This is talking about peak day production. So this is specifically looking at the highest day demand during the summer times, what our system will need to supply each of those days. And you can see we're well underneath the forecasted conservation goals and the forecasted needs of the city. But you can also see that we're nearing the point where we have to use surface water, that large green area, that solid green that's in the top of the graph here. You can see right there, it's surface water that comes from Deer Creek, from Jordanelle, and from the Provo River. And you can see that we are nearing a point where we're going to be relying heavily on surface water at some point as the population increases. That will gradually increase also. The next two graphs, the council again has seen in a number of presentations. These are two wells, one at 5600 North, the other one at 800 North and 800 West. And in both cases, these go back many years. In this case, the 5600 North well goes back to 1977 when the well was first drilled. And the light blue line that varies, that goes up and down on the graph, that's the static water level in the well. And you can see the overall decline as you approach 2018 at the right-hand side of the graph. The decline is more than 60 feet in the aquifer. The next graph shows the same type of thing happening at 800 west and 800 north in what we call the 88 well. And this is pretty much consistent throughout the city, at least 20 to 30 feet of decline in all of our wells, some of them more than that. And I think it's important to note, the next slide tries to illustrate, maybe in a simple manner, maybe too simple, but we try to explain to residents and people that are trying to understand where our water comes from in Provo City. We have 3 different sources illustrated by these 3 buckets. So a typical year, our groundwater produces about 14 to 15,000 acre feet. That's illustrated on the left-hand side in the red bucket. The right-hand side has a blue bucket where we take about the same quantity from springs out of the Provo Canyon. And really we've maximized, in fact, we've, excuse me, we've really overutilized the amount of groundwater that we should be using based on the declines that we're seeing. And the third bucket in the middle, the green one, is really where we have to turn for future water. Right now we use only about 2,000 acre feet, and you can see the supply illustrated in the green, the various locations where we have surface water that is available. And I'll just read one item from a master plan. It states, considering the present day demands for utilizing all water supplies, the wasteful practice can't be permitted to continue. The unused water in the city system could be integrated with proper treatment or by exchange into the regular culinary system where it is so badly needed. That quote actually comes from a 1961 master plan. And so they were encouraging more than, 60 years ago, they were encouraging utilizing surface water in a more productive way. And the city has not really been aggressive in using surface water. And so one of the main items that you'll see in the budget, and it's already been presented by Dave, is construction of a treatment plant, a culinary water treatment plant that would use surface water from reservoirs like Deer Creek and Jordanelle, and also Provo River water rights that are not currently being fully utilized, treating the water and putting it into the water system for a variety of different reasons. One of those reasons is to supplement, to actually put water back into the ground, and it's called ASR. I've introduced this a couple of times to the council, and I want to show just a couple of videos here on the most recent ASR project. So I think the council recalls we've been doing 5 pilot programs or 5 pilot projects in ASR. One of them has been at the mouth of Rock Canyon. And we've actually done some piloting last year and also this spring. And I want to show you the results this spring. We're going to try to show a video here. Can you get it up, Jimmy?
John, can you bring up the folder where those are saved?
Here we go. So this is the first video, and this is actually a pipe that we have put in place so that we could transfer some water out of the natural channel in Rock Canyon. This is actually drinking water that's coming out of the system, and we're running it down the south edge of Rock Canyon. I don't know if you recognize this video, but it's toward the south side, and it's actually in an old ditch, an irrigation ditch that used to be utilized by the city. That's the pipe that we're moving the water to the point where we can discharge it into this old ditch. And the next video illustrates what it's doing downstream. So you can see how much water we're running, about 1,500 gallons a minute down this old ditch. And as we move down to the next video and the next video, you'll see a couple of things that we're trying to illustrate here. One of them is the amenity that we hope that Provo residents and particularly the Rock Canyon Preservation Group feel like we're adding on the south side. This is actually a small waterfall that's created, and we feel like it's a nice amenity. It's a nice feature. If the council members have not walked Rock Canyon recently, I would strongly encourage you just to take a quick, it's not very far away from the parking lots, right at the mouth of the canyon. But as we move further down the canyon, you can see the amount of water dissipates significantly. In this last video, you can see it dissipates to almost nothing. And we're quite close to the parking lot at this location. And what we're finding is that we can dissipate at least 1,500 gallons a minute on the south side. And I want to go back to the presentation and show you graphically what's happening with ASR in just Rock Canyon. So again, we're focused a little bit just on one particular project and trying to help the council understand the importance of why we're recommending a treatment plant. But we have monitoring wells. We have 6 monitoring wells drilled in the Rock Canyon area, and they're illustrated in blue in various areas. They're also to various depths. You can see that several of them are in subdivisions. We're actually monitoring groundwater in the subdivision to make sure that we don't jeopardize basements in any of those locations. So we're being very, very careful with the ASR projects that we're doing. The yellow star on this map illustrates approximately where the water was discharged in that first video. And the next graph, that if we can show you that, the next graph actually illustrates the impact that we're having in the aquifer. The dashed line that is that's illustrated shows the quantity of water that is being discharged in that first video that I showed, and we're discharging again about 1,500 gallons a minute. Over on the right hand side, it's actually in cubic feet per second, but it's a little bit easier to anticipate in gallons per minute. And the other lines that are on this graph show monitoring well depths to groundwater, and you can see as we start about mid-February, it's about the 8th of February up at the top when we started discharging a little bit more than about 1 CFS, which is, and you can see the monitoring wells in the location respond almost immediately to the groundwater or the water that we're putting in. So this water is not just going into shallow groundwater. This is actually deep aquifer water. You can particularly see the blue line at the bottom. This is the monitoring well that's down in the Rock Canyon Park, and natural groundwater was 340 feet in the ground. And you can see us influencing with ASR projects. You can see us influencing the groundwater. And we'll go to the next chart where this was the previous year. This was an ASR project in the natural channel itself. And again, the dashed line shows a variety of different discharge points that we were putting water into the natural channel. And you can see in every monitoring well, the groundwater went up significantly. And when the water stopped about April 29th, we turned the water off. You can see every single monitoring well went down back to its natural level. And so by placing water in the aquifer, we can store it for long-term purposes, either drawing it out during the coming season. For instance, water that we're putting in now could be drawn back out by wells that are downstream. We have 2 wells that are in the immediate vicinity downstream that could draw this water back out. So I have just let me before I cover a couple of just general items on ASR, let me show you one other graph. One of the other pilot projects that we're doing is actually utilizing wells that are not in production right now. So during the winter time, none of the wells that we have in Provo City operate. And during the winter time, those wells can be utilized for conveying water down to the aquifer. And this is exactly what we've done this winter. 2 wells have actually been utilized. I'm just showing you one of them, 5600 North. And you can see on this graph in January, we started increasing the amount of water that was going down the well, again, shown in the dashed line. And you can see how quickly the well responded. It's shown in the middle of the graph here, and it goes up just slightly in each step. But you can see how we're storing water around the well. And when the discharge turns off right here about the 20th of February, the well quickly dissipates. Now, somebody may be tempted to think, hey, that water's not available, it's gone. But it doesn't move that fast in the aquifer. It's kind of like a wave in the ocean where it can be drawn back in relatively easily back when that well is turned back on. And this is a method that is illustrated in both of these. Actually, are methods that are illustrated in a national article, and I'm going to send a packet to the council with not only this article, but the 40-year plan that talks so much about the need for a treatment plant and for ASR. And I would strongly encourage the council to read through the information that we're going to provide to you and help to understand the reason that the treatment plant is being proposed and is in the budget is to try to develop an ASR, an active ASR program within Provo City. So it's actually taking surface water out of that green bucket and storing it on a temporary basis in the red bucket and restoring the aquifer to a sustainable level. And I think that's a specific and needful goal. One other thing that I will comment about the treatment plant and ASR, part of the reason that it's being accelerated, not only is it the success that we're seeing in the ASR pilots, but last summer we had 3 wells that we called dry suction. They turned off because the aquifer dropped to a point where there was no water available in the what they call the bowl, the section where it draws water in. It's the first time that we've had wells in Provo turn off because of a drop in the aquifer. And I'm sure you remember last year was a very hot, very dry year, very dry summer. Unfortunately, given where we're at right now with the snowpack, I think we're in for another very difficult summer in this aspect. And my inclination is that we need to move. We need to do something about this. The council and other experts in the water industry will tell you you can lower the bowls, you can lower the pumps into the aquifer there, and you can. In fact, in a couple of cases, we are doing that. But there are some limitations about doing that on a continual basis, and I don't think that that's a sustainable move for the city just to continue to drop the pumps further and further into the wells. I think the aquifer needs an attention given to it, and that's exactly why we're proposing the treatment plant. There is also a video that we will send in that package that explains to the council and that we would use for citizens to understand why we're recommending the construction of a treatment plant. But again, the primary purpose is to take water that's surface water available that we're not using right now, transport it in the water system to various ASR sites and let it dissipate into the ground, either through the wells or through surface infiltration similar to Rock Canyon, and actually restore the aquifer and be able to withdraw it in coming years. So let me just a little bit more on the treatment plant. One of the things that we're asked about is how we would transport the water to Rock Canyon and various ASR sites. We're trying to illustrate one of the options right here, where we would take water out of the Provo River near 2230 North and treat it at some place in relatively close proximity to the treatment plant, and then boost it up to the tanks that sit across from the MTC. That purple section right there that Jimmy just went through, that's a 36-inch line, and we actually have that line already installed. That was done several years ago with the Stadium Avenue improvements, and we anticipated a need for a large diameter water line on that road, and that is constructed. So some other improvements would be needed both upstream and downstream, but it's relatively easy to put the treatment plant into the existing system. The next page shows the treatment plant. This is a schematic of what the treatment plant would look like. Our recommendation is to build half the treatment plant right now. That's the $30 million that's represented in the budget. The capacity of half the treatment plant would be 10 MGD. That's 10 million gallons per day that it would be capable of producing. And with the idea that it would eventually be able to be doubled in size up to 20 MGD. And the 40-year plan that I'm going to send to the council actually recommends at least that much production out of the surface in the coming years to meet the demand and to restore the aquifer. Some of the questions that you may get asked, or I may get asked, why are we building a treatment plant? There is a treatment plant in Utah County. It's operated by Central Utah Water. It sits on the bench in Orem. And some people may ask, well, why not just continue to use that? We do use about 1,000 to 2,000 acre feet per year from the treatment plant on a general basis, but we're anticipating a significant increase, somewhere around 10 times the amount that we typically use could eventually be going through the treatment plant. And the cost to run it through the Central Utah treatment plant, they have several added costs, not just for the treatment process. They have a power loss bill that we have to pay each year for that water. They have a carriage bill. Once you add up all the costs, not just for the treatment, but the additional costs, we're approaching very close to what our own treatment plant would cost. And particularly once our own treatment plant was capitalized and paid off, our treatment costs would actually be less than what it takes to go through Central Utah. So the main direction that we're looking for from the council is support of this idea. I will point out one other thing before we move on to the next slide. The third bullet point, I think it was Dave Shipley that just asked a question that really relates to this third bullet point. One of the main reasons that I feel so strongly about putting it on the budget this year is for potential stimulus funding. Whether it comes directly through the city or whether that comes from the state or even potential federal grants. We have an opportunity now I feel that we probably ought to take advantage of. And by putting it on the budget, I think it sends, in the budget documents, I think it sends a message to the people that were making those applications and other applications in the future that we're serious about building the project. So I think it gives us an advantage over other projects that may be looking for funding if we have it in the budget, and again, particularly with the stimulus money. My intent is to come back to the council, as I indicated earlier, in January of 22. We should have information on the applications and finalize the financial plan with the council in January of 2022. So I think with that, we'll, unless there's any other questions, we'll move to another topic. So let me just mention one other project. It is associated with a treatment plant. Dave Mortensen pointed out there is a project that's anticipated this summer in the budget, and it's some modifications to an existing diversion structure on 2230 North. These are some pictures. We would do some maintenance on the gates. There's two gates that need to be replaced. And we would also make some modifications to the outlet on this particular structure. We're aiming for this summer for a couple of reasons. One is to avoid any potential flooding, which I doubt will happen based on the snowpack right now, but any potential flooding that generally happens in late May, June. We're trying to avoid that time period. And we're also trying to avoid the fall time when spawning will happen in the river. We've already met with the state on permits for this work, and they, at least initially, seem to be supportive of the project. We're going to submit some plans and obtain the permit again for the idea of moving forward this summer. So that's the only thing that I wanted to cover on that project. The next slide, we're going to change topics here a bit. One of the things that we've been asked to look at and to help the council understand is a potential delay in rate increases. So with the budget, we are recommending 2 rate increases, of 5% in the water, culinary water, and a 10% in the wastewater. These both rate increases are consistent with the information that we gave to the council over the last 7 years. This is consistent with the rates that we had recommended at those times. But we had been asked, instead of implementing these rate changes on July 1st, what does it represent to each of these funds? And you can see the dollar amounts, about $200,000 to the water fund and about $250,000 to the wastewater fund, if we were to delay those 2 rates until September 1st. And so that is some specific direction that we need from the council and from the administration. Or how do you feel about that delay? Is that something that you would like to see? Is it something that you want to support? So that is, again, a specific direction we need. It appears that we've got a question on that.
Yeah, this is super quick. I'm trying to understand, is there something special about September 1st? Why would we consider delaying it 2 months? I don't understand what the impetus is for that.
So I believe the primary question that was posed to me was related summertime. Rate increases are tied to the fiscal year. So July 1st is the beginning of the fiscal year, but it also coincides with a very high water use time. And so residents see a very immediate, increase in their bill during the highest use of the year. And so by going back to September 1st, it doesn't completely eliminate the increase, but it gives a little bit of a break for those 2 high July-August timeframe. So that's and again, it's made up the following fiscal year. It's not an ongoing loss, but it does make an impact to us financially. And again, we're trying to represent to the council what that means. And again, looking for some support and direction on that particular item. We're going to, again, shift gears. Another topic in water that we need some direction on from the council. Back in 2016, the state legislature passed a mandate for a tiered water rate to be implemented by all municipalities, all water systems. And we actually asked the state for some leniency on this requirement. We were going through a process with changing billing and some other things that were going on. And we spoke with the director of drinking water at the time, and she allowed us some variance on this. But given where we're at with the billing system and other implementations, I feel like it's time to respond to and formally adopt a tiered water rate. The one that we are presenting and recommending to the council, it's a fairly generous tiered water rate. We are not trying to be terribly punitive by the water rates. So tiered water rates or tiered rates in any utility can be quite punitive depending on the consumer and the use. And you can see our recommendation is to create a residential tier allowing up to 100,000 gallons of water, and a commercial tier up to 500,000. Very, very few customers in residential will go over that. We do have a few apartment complexes that have a lot of apartments that do consistently go over 100,000 gallons, but for most residents, they will see very little difference in the bill. And we're doing this intentionally, making this recommendation. I know it could bring the city under a little bit of scrutiny, perhaps from the state. But I think going back to the graph that I showed the council earlier on the consumption, we have a pretty good argument that we're meeting not only the conservation goals of the state, but we're well under the conservation goals of the state. And tiered water rates are sometimes a mechanism to encourage conservation. And I think we're already meeting those goals very nicely. And so again, our recommendation right now to the council is a fairly lenient tiered water rate, but again, we need some direction. So to summarize what we're recommending to the council, this is what the tiered water rate system would look like. So we have a current rate, and then the proposed rate on the right-hand side reflects a 5% increase. So this is what would go into effect July 1st or September 1st, depending on when we want to implement these. And we would have a winter rate, and you can see the rates, and the summer rate for residents, and also a commercial winter and summer. And they are consistent across the board, again, with tiers that go from 0 to 100,000 and then up to 500,000 for commercial. So again, we need a specific direction, some decision and direction from the council on that particular topic. I see at least one question.
Mr. Shipley.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on this particular graphic. So we've got the 5% increase. Is this making the assumption that those tiers wouldn't increase revenues to the department at all, because most both commercial and residential properties wouldn't go into that second tier? Or are we assuming some increased revenue based on at least some percentage of folks getting into that second tier?
So we're anticipating very little additional revenue because of the tier. As I mentioned, we actually have some information, and if the council's interested, we're happy to send it out. But well under 5% of our residents, our residential accounts, go into the 100,000. So we have about 2 to 3% of our residential accounts that go above 100,000. And again, it's only the large apartment complexes that have, several hundred apartments in them. We have very few accounts. And again, on the commercial, very few accounts that exceed 500,000. And we can send specific information, but we are not anticipating lots of additional revenue because of these, the tiered system.
Thank you.
We'll go on to another topic. I don't see any other questions on that one. So we're going to shift gears to another utility, wastewater, and I want to give the council a bit of an update on where we're at with two major projects. So on the west side, this is a map that the council has seen over a number of years. And you'll notice that many of these projects actually have dates in the past. So the navy blue project, or the purple project, I guess, that goes up from the airport running north and then over to Center Street, that is all complete. The one that runs off of it toward the Duncan Aviation, that one is also complete. We are underway on the green project that's running north of Center Street. We'll actually show some pictures in just a minute of that project, and it will be completed within just a couple of months. We have a couple of projects coming in the future where we run over to what we call the Harbor Park Lift Station. That project is funded in 2024. The ones that are most immediately funded, I'll point out, is a master lift station. We call it on this map the Southwest Lift Station near the airport. that project actually will be bid in just a couple of weeks, along with the force main, the green line that runs over to the existing system. Those two projects will be completed in June of 22, and it will substantially change the opportunities for development on the west side of Provo. Mostly in the southwest corner initially, but as you'll see as the projects, the future projects north, another project that's highlighted in red, going up past the high school to the northwest lift station. That project is funded in 2025. And again, these projects, once they're completed, will substantially change development opportunities on the west side. This is in part why we funded and added, there was a question about the storm drain outfalls on 2400 West and 2700 West. This is exactly why we're starting to put the backbone, the main lines for storm drain systems also on the west side, because we're anticipating development will start and they'll need the backbone also for the storm drain systems. So we're trying to anticipate the impact of completing the sewer. That's only about a year, about 15 months away. That master lift station will be completed, and you'll probably start to hear development and development opportunities being requested on the west side. The line that I mentioned crossing going north of Center Street, this is actual construction that's happening right now. We've proposed taking the council on a tour of several of these projects, and probably in April, May timeframe. And this is a project that we would take the council to, not just for the sewer that's being installed, but also for the roadway. Most of what you're seeing is an overpass. This is a bridge that will go over the Provo River. And you can see as we're building the embankment, you can see how this is going to play out. The next couple of slides show more of the embankment. Again, the sewer line going along the west side of the embankment. And then the next slide shows, go ahead. We're diverting, we actually filled in on a temporary basis the Provo River. So right now we've piped the Provo River through this section, allowing us to install the sewer pipe. And in the next slide, you can see this is the actual sewer pipe. And the next slide, I think, actually shows, you can see the sleeve, that black pipe is what we call the sleeve. That's what will run underneath the river. And then the green pipe runs inside the sleeve. That's the sewer pipe. You can see the size of the sewer pipe. This is not small 8-inch sewer pipe. I mean, this is 42 to 27-inch sewer pipe, anticipating large amounts of development eventually working its way into this project. This is just a little bit more work on that particular project. And the next slide, again, the next slide, we're going to show a couple of projects related to the treatment plant. That previous slide was actually excavation of the treatment plant. So this is a slide from about a year and a half ago, I think, is what this dates back to. And the treatment plant, as it existed at that point, this is a more recent slide. And you can see vast amounts of the treatment plant have been removed. The older part, the trickling filters, have been removed. The next couple of slides show excavation that's happening. We're down about 15 to 20 feet in the project, and you'll start to see construction, vertical construction, moving forward. By the way, I'll just mention that vertical green pipe that you see in the picture on the right-hand side. That's a dewatering system, an extensive dewatering system. Groundwater in this location is quite shallow, and we're spending lots of time monitoring groundwater and being very careful not to influence the existing buildings. You can't actually collapse a building if you're not careful with that system. And so we're being very cautious. And this project, just as a reminder, Dave Mortensen showed you this project. It has significant funding for the next 2 fiscal years. Most of it is coming from the state, a loan that's already been secured with the state. And that project will move forward, anticipating completion in January of 2024. I think really, as far as wastewater, I've mentioned the master lift station. That's actually combined in line number 5. You can see on the west side, we're spending around $4 to $5 million, in some years even more than that on those west side projects. And so it's a significant amount of investment going on in the west side of Provo for wastewater. The project that we're struggling a little bit with, we do have it funded right now, but it's the last project on the list. It's the regional sports park, and it's sewer within the regional sports park itself. It's not a main line. So let me move on. Unless there's any questions, we're going to shift gears and move on to another topic. Stormwater is another area that Public Works covers, and this particular topic I'm bringing up with the council mostly just for information. I don't want you to be at your kid's soccer game or a basketball game or something, and somebody say, "Hey, what's happening with floodplain out on the west side?" and you have no idea, and Public Works hasn't said anything to you. So this is not really a budget item per se, but I do want to make sure that the council is aware that the state floodplain management group has been mandated by the federal FEMA to revise the floodplain, and it affects most of the west side of Provo. You can see we've tried to illustrate on the map, the slide that's up right now, the existing floodplain map as it exists today. And what's being proposed is on the next slide, and you can see it substantially changes. And we don't have, the intent, again, of this presentation is not to give you all the information. We intend to come back probably in late May, June, and give you a full, detailed information on this. But I think the summary really that I will give today is that it has the potential of impacting residents that have mortgages, loans on their homes on the west side that will find themselves in the floodplain as it's mapped right here, and a potential need basically mandated by their lender to purchase flood insurance. And that could be, a costly addition to some of the residents. And we do have, again, in the whole presentation, we'll give you a little bit more information as far as trying to move forward and help remedy this issue. But right now, the remedies are quite costly. They're illustrated in 3 options on this plan. The least expensive being about $40 million, the most expensive being over $60 million to rebuild the levees that protect the Provo River. I think it's important to note that the levee system that we have, the city feels like functions. We've had very few problems with it. And it's mostly a technical nature that has to do with FEMA, both at the state and the federal level. And we feel like we've pushed very hard back on those agencies. They continue to push forward. And so again, we'll probably present some more information. The one other thing that I would mention to the council, we are pursuing grants along for this project as well. They will likely be in different sources than the grant money that we're looking for the culinary water treatment plant. But our consultant team right now is looking for grants in a variety of locations. So really, that's the only thing that I will mention. I just want to make sure that council members are not surprised by a comment from a resident about changing the floodplain. Dave Mortensen on the stormwater CIP, he mentioned 3 projects at the bottom of the CIP. I won't go into a lot of depth. I think he covered those adequately, unless there's any questions from the council. The next one is sanitation. Again, I feel like Dave covered those quite well. We're not anticipating anything really significant in sanitation. The next project that I wanted to cover is the airport. Again, this is an area in Public Works that has some significant projects going on. Brian Torgerson and Steve Gleason are heavily involved in this project. This is a picture just today of the terminal. Much of the floor has been poured, the concrete floor. This is another project that we propose taking to council and seeing But they started the steel erection on the airport terminal today, and these are very recent pictures, all of these. And I think the one other thing that I'll point out in this one, and maybe this picture is even better, you can see the spectacular views that the airport terminal is going to experience. Just a fantastic location for people coming in and out of Provo City in the future terminal from outside the state. The one thing that I will point out in the operating portion of the airport CIP, we do anticipate some increases in operating costs associated with the new terminal. Dave Mortensen mentioned those briefly. And we also have submitted supplemental for 2 positions. There are some options with those 2 positions, but mostly related to the operation of the new terminal and expanding airlines. The council probably does recall we did have a similar request last year in the budget, and we had those positions approved. We do. This is not, this is a long-term plan. We anticipate some additional positions as that terminal comes up, and this is just the ongoing need as the terminal becomes operational. By the way, that terminal is anticipated to be completed of spring next year, so about 12 to 14 months from now, we anticipate that will be in operation. Dave Mortensen also covered this, I believe, adequately, so we won't go into a lot of detail. There was a question about the Delta restoration monitoring system. Again, it's not a required system, but I do feel that it's likely going to be needed for protecting the city from liability issues. And we're happy to get some more information on that in the future. We're going to shift gears again. The UTF, again, Dave covered this and a couple of the engineering budgets. And I want to spend just a little bit of time on this particular page. You'll notice at the bottom, well, let me cover the projects first. At the top, most of those are average, your typical maintenance projects. And one project, the Lakeview Parkway, that is constructing that leg that I mentioned earlier, north of Center Street, the bridge going over the Provo River and making the connection near the high school. That will be the next leg that will be completed of the Lakeview Parkway. But I want to spend just a bit of time on the last 2 projects that are on this list. And I think they're on an unfunded list also. So I'm not skipping those projects. We're just looking at them in a little bit different format. But I know the council has indicated that Center Street improvements and also Slate Canyon Drive improvements are high priorities. Right now, they are not funded in any of the traditional manners, if I can say it that way, for budgets. We don't have a lot of latitude in public works. It's not like a utility where we have a consistent stream of revenue, with the exception of the UTF. And the UTF, when it was initiated, was specifically allocated for maintenance. So we were very careful with the UTF funds as far as how they're utilized. But I would encourage the council. We're supportive in public works. We've been pretty proactive in both the Center Street and the Slate Canyon Drive area, trying to anticipate what we would recommend. And so the next couple of slides, we're not going to go there quite yet, but the next couple of slides contain some renderings of what possibly can happen on Slate Canyon Drive. The cost estimates for each intersection on Slate Canyon Drive are about $200,000 to $250,000 per intersection. And I would recommend at least 2 intersections. Ideally, we would do 3 to 4 intersections. And so you can kind of get an idea of what it's going to cost to do, those improvements. And again, some specific direction in this area would be helpful to Public Works. Center Street, the council has been given a list of Center Street improvements also. Not as much detail on cost estimates. We're happy to provide those cost estimates if you would like us, if that would help in future budget conversations. Would be happy to attend a budget retreat with some additional information. And again, that's one that we feel like we need some specific direction on. The last 4 projects that I want to cover, and we have some pictures, that they are all sidewalk pedestrian improvement projects that are coming out either in general in sidewalk improvements or in the Safe Sidewalk program for schools, and particularly elementary schools. We have a number of sidewalk projects that need some funding. They're identified here. We also have one that I could probably give a little bit more information in the Franklin neighborhood, trying to address sidewalks in that particular area. So I'm not going to spend a lot more time, just identify, we need some help identifying, some funding that potentially could come from to complete these projects. These are the renderings. I think many of the council members have seen these renderings in the past. These are on Slate Canyon Drive. What's being recommended, it's a traffic circle. It also has a variable surface. It kind of looks like a rumble strip and acts like a rumble strip entering and exiting the traffic circle area. It has lots of nice landscaping to enhance the neighborhood. And again, we've met with a number of the neighbors individually and actually had a meeting last week with a combined neighborhood meeting. Mostly had some good positive feedback. I will point out, though, the council needs to be aware that we, particularly with retrofitting a city street, it's oftentimes difficult not to have negative impacts, and there are some negative impacts with these. One of the negatives, and you can see it in the renderings, where we actually have driveways that exit the area where the traffic circle would be active. We feel like it can work in this location, mostly because the average daily traffic or the volume of the traffic is so low on Slate Canyon. It's a relatively, compared to other collector roads in the city, this is, the volume is relatively low. But it likely would have some impact to residents that are in the immediate area of the traffic circles. So with that, we'll go through just a couple of other pictures. We do have in a later budget, not the coming fiscal year, but we do have 1450 East. We have some funding to build a similar traffic circle on 1450 East and could move forward with that particular project. The sidewalk projects that I mentioned before we get to the sidewalk projects, this is the list on Center Street, and I believe a copy has been given to each of the council members. If you don't have that, please let the council staff or myself know. We'd be happy to make sure that you have that list, and again, we'd be happy to provide some more detailed information on budgets. These are the sidewalk projects. You can see several of them on Canyon Road. You can go through these, Jimmy. Another one on Canyon Road. This is in close proximity to elementary schools where we have some walking routes designated in these areas. You can keep going. This particular walking route is immediately adjacent to Sunset Elementary on 600 South. And you can see there's no sidewalk on the south side, and that's actually a designated pedestrian walk to that elementary. And as I mentioned, we do have a couple of other sidewalk projects where some funding is anticipated to be needed. I think with that, I will mention one other, on the engineering CIP, I think Dave Mortensen pointed this out. We do have a couple of unfunded projects, again, not having any obvious funding mechanisms to do these projects. One of them is on improving the intersection at Canyon Road and University. The other two are both associated with Regional Sports Park. And you can see in the next slide, the roads that are highlighted in purple. This is an air photo of construction that's going on the west side, but we've overlaid on top of this air photo the anticipated regional sports park. So you can see the soccer fields that are anticipated, the roadways going through them, and again, a pretty long segment of roadway improvement that needs to be done, anticipating lots of people using soccer fields and trying to figure out how to get people in and out of both the sports complex and the airport. You can also see the airport, we've overlaid the airport in this air photo as well. So with that, I will just make one other comment. One other area in public works that we oversee is the fleet and the fleet replacement. There was a question, and I think we've answered that particular question about what we've done in the past 2 fiscal years, but I did get a little bit more information during the break. So we anticipate in the coming fiscal year, with the slight increase in the hybrids that are being funded, we would anticipate somewhere between 15 and 20 additional vehicles that would be hybrid added to the fleet. So we have 19. Between the last 2 fiscal years, we have 19 hybrids. We would add between 15 and 20 more. So basically doubling the amount that we have currently in the fleet. So that's the end of the presentation that I have from Public Works. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Mr. Hardy?
Thank you. Is there state funding for safe routes to school improvements?
Yes, there are, and I actually have Shane Winters here. He probably knows a little bit more about this than I do, but I do know that the UDOT opens up applications for safe walking routes each year. But I have to tell you, the total money that's even available statewide, it's not a lot of money. Provo has had some success, but they're generally fairly small projects, less than $50,000 that we get.
Yeah, the state usually every year is about $1 million, and that has to be distributed amongst the entire state. So we do apply for that on a yearly basis. Sometimes we have received some funding. Typically, it's not enough to do these projects, but at those times we'll if we can get that funding, we'll apply some of the city funds towards that to get a project moving forward. But like Dave said, it's very limited.
Mr. Hanley?
Thank you, Mr. Decker. That was an enormous amount of really good information, so I really appreciate it. I probably have a lot more questions than I can think of right at the moment, and the one I do have is pretty small and parochial compared to everything you were sharing, and that is about that roundabout on 1450. I'm assuming that is the one that's recommended by the Rock Canyon Master Plan at the mouth of the canyon. Is that?
It's actually not. No. Go ahead, Shane.
Oh, okay.
This was one that we just put a concept together. For one of the locations, I think that we discussed with you, George, and then other locations along there. This is just an indicative of representation of what we could do. We do have funded about $200,000 right now. This would be one of probably the higher up locations that we would recommend that we have funding for to do this traffic circle. So that's really what that is.
Okay. Is there? Thank you. I just didn't. I didn't see the address as it flashed before me. Is the roundabout at the canyon that is? I mean, I don't know if that's still in the master plan for the Rock Canyon project with all of the additional parking that's proposed there. Is that still deemed necessary? And would there?
Yes, and that was one of the projects that's actually designed. The Parks Department consultant actually has finished the design for a new roundabout at that location. We have requested, they're finalizing the cost estimate for that roundabout. That will be one we will be looking forward to fund or somehow construct when a along when the park moves forward. So that will probably you'll be seeing something in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Decker, yeah, I also want to echo Mr. Henley's comments. That was a great presentation with a lot of information. I have a couple of questions about aquifer storage and recovery. I could ask them now, or I'd be happy to meet with you another time. And then also, I'm just very curious about what the experience so far of the city has been with the alternative fuel vehicles. I'd be interested in what what the experience has been going out and procuring them. Are these plug-in hybrids, or just a lot of more detailed questions? I don't know if that's something the rest of the council would like to listen into, or if that's just something I could chat with you sometime. But there's a lot of really interesting projects here. So great presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Harding, I'd be happy to visit with you individually if you'd like, both on ASR and the hybrid vehicles. But I'll just give you a quick short answer on the vehicles. From my perspective and the feedback that I'm getting, it's been very positive as far as the hybrid, not just from the response of the employees. I think they're finding very good comfort level as far as the use, but acquiring them has been, well, I won't say it's been easy, because getting a vehicle right now is, even with your traditional diesel trucks, it's taking quite a long time. And I don't know that it's any worse or better than, just your average vehicle, but it's certainly not creating it's not stopping our ability to replace vehicles, if that's what you're, asking about. So we're finding it, just as successful as a traditional vehicle to get it replaced.
Mr. Decker?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I couldn't tell who was speaking there.
Well, I was just going to say, I'd be happy to meet with any of the council members that would like a little bit more information, either one-on-one, or if, again, feedback to the entire council. I'd be happy to do that. But I know Mr. Harding attends some of the water meetings that we have in Provo, probably has a little bit different perspective on the ASR project, and that's probably generating some questions.
Thank you. I had a quick question for you, Mr. Decker, about the safe school routes. We just got a couple of emails in the past day about that in relation to a sidewalk on the south side of 3700 North as you go west down the hill from Canyon Road. And I have no idea where that's at, or if that's even on your radar yet. Just wondered if you had seen anything about that.
It is. It's actually one of the projects. We didn't particularly take a picture in this presentation, but it's actually associated with one of those projects that's identified on the budget sheet. So we are very much aware of the need in that location, and it's included in the funding request. And again, this is specifically why we brought this up, because we're struggling to figure out the traditional methods of funding some of these projects, and looking for some direction, some help from the council in certain aspects. And the sidewalks are certainly one of the specific ones where we need some help with.
Mr. Hardy? Thank you.
I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking, and so, but I'm also kind of looking at the clock, and we do seem that we're ahead of schedule. So I'm happy to, to defer to anyone else who has questions. But let me just kind of throw out, and you can talk as much as you want, or we can have this conversation later, Mr. Decker. But you presented that we have groundwater rights for a certain quantity of water, but our studies show that, at least currently, the amount of water that we're that the ground aquifer can sustain is quite a bit less than what we have rights for. And I imagine that we're not the only ones in Utah that are like that, probably not the only ones in the valley who have that. There's probably others who have groundwater rights that exceed what the aquifer can provide. And so one question, or one concern I guess I have, and you know, I still think this is a good project. I want to go forward with it, but you know, it's just a conversation that I think should be had, and perhaps we need to have it with other cities as well. But you know, what happens if we're responsible and we are recharging the aquifer and not taking out more than it can sustain in what we're putting in, but other cities continue to draw more out than the aquifer can sustain? Are we at risk of basically providing water to the rest of the valley as the aquifer tries to equilibrate across? And so basically we're recharging their groundwater as well as our own, or in other words, they're pulling water that you know, that we're putting in. And then I guess another question, and perhaps this is just ill-informed, but as far as water quality is concerned, like at least in my head, spring water is the highest quality. Our well water is right behind that, and then surface water is you know, a couple steps down below it as far as taste and quality and whatnot. Obviously, we would treat that up to proper standards, and it's safe and all of that, but that treated surface water is probably less than the quality of some of our other sources. And so I love the idea of what's happening up in Rock Canyon, where we allow the water to infiltrate through the ground, and that's kind of the same process that naturally occurs when we pull from our wells. But if we take the treated surface water and pump it directly into our wells, are we lowering the quality of our well water that we would pull out? So those are, I think, the two questions I had from the ASR presentation.
So let me answer those two questions, and I'll answer the second question first. As far as water quality, there can be differences in water quality. Obviously, the Provo River has you know, different water qualities, and even after treatment, it doesn't match exactly what the water quality from particularly at springs, like you've mentioned. And it's part of the reason that we're pursuing ASR the way we are pursuing with a variety of ASR projects. The project that probably has maybe the highest risk, and maybe that's not the right word, but has the risk of, you know, slight changes in water quality, it is the one that injects it directly into the aquifer down the wells. And we're being very careful. I didn't mention it during the presentation, but we're actually taking water quality samples, both surface water ASR projects and the well water projects. So we can actually tell the difference in the water quality. Right now, and again, based on the type of culinary water treatment plant that's being recommended, those water quality differences would be very minor. They're very minute changes. But there is, I would have to tell you, there is a bit of a risk in drawing the water quality back out. But it really starts to come down to, you know, a question about slight changes in water quality versus completely running out of water. And for Provo, what I'm really trying to avoid is where groundwater continues to decline, and right now we're pulling, you know, 14 to 15,000 acre feet. But if we continue down the road that we're going, that number is going to you know, decrease significantly. At some point, we either physically won't be able to pull the water out, or the state potentially will step in and start to restrict groundwater. You know, people that are using groundwater, and it won't be Provo only; it will be other cities. And you know, the conversation clearly at the state level is some participation. So this this does kind of move into your first question about, does somebody else need to help along the way with ASR in Utah County? And the answer is absolutely. Provo is probably a little bit ahead of most of, as far as an active ASR, but I have to tell you, in North Utah County, back in the early 2000s, there was a study that was done, and many of the cities in North Utah County formed a group and actually anticipated some projects. And for a variety of reasons, the water was not ever really put in an active ASR project. But I think the northern Utah County cities recognize they are going to need to participate. And I think it's partly just identifying available water for ASR. I will also tell you that I received a notice about 2 months ago. Central Utah Water is starting an ASR, what they call the NEPA process, the environmental process for an ASR study. So it will likely take, I don't know, somewhere 12 to 24 months to get through just the environmental work, and then they'll start their pilot work. So they're likely, I don't know, I'm guessing 3 to 5 years away from an active ASR project. They are headed in that direction, but we're probably 2 to 3 years ahead of anybody else in Utah County. But I don't think it's time to sit back and say, hey, let's wait for other people to respond. I think Provo's in a better position to respond. And also, to answer the question, again, the first question is, the water that we put in ASR, is it going to move to another city? If you look at the sites that we're considering, and Rock Canyon is one of the best sites to look at. It's on the very far east edge. Everybody knows this, I know, but I'm pointing out it's on the east edge, the east bench of the city. And the way the aquifer moves underneath the ground, it's moving from the east to the west or to the southwest. It essentially follows the Provo River, what you see on the surface of the Provo River. And so if water was put in the Rock Canyon area and it was able to move further to the west, and we didn't necessarily draw all that water out of the aquifer with our wells, we have other wells that are in the middle part of the city that would also have access. So we have 6 or 8 wells kind of in several rows where we could withdraw this water before it moved into Orem or into Utah Lake or someplace else where we couldn't access it. So we're trying to be really careful about how we recharge water and anticipating the future recovery requests. So right now, that recovery stage is probably 2 more years down the road for Provo. But once we have an active ASR project, the next step would be to file change applications or applications for recovery of that water. And so we would, obviously we would be looking for some help overall if things became really bad and the aquifer decline accelerated, especially in North Utah County or toward the Vineyard area, the Orem area. Yes, we could potentially see significant declines even with ASR, but I'm anticipating that between other municipalities in central Utah, they're going to find out they have to participate in ASR. It's got to be a full-blown, valley-wide attempt to help the aquifer. But I think for Provo, again, we're in a better situation than most, and I think it's the time to act.
Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Decker, I can't applaud you and your colleagues enough for taking such a far-sighted approach to the city's long-term culinary water capacity. Thank you for all of these good efforts. There was one part of your discussion that caught my attention, however, and I'm concerned about water rights that are not used. If you go back to the graphic with the 3 buckets, help me if I'm not reading that correctly. But what I gather from that is that we have water rights that far exceed the water we're actually taking down. And my understanding of Utah water law, one of the key principles is use it or lose it. Should we be concerned about that?
So I've mentioned it's a very good question, Mr. Fillmore, and I've briefly mentioned in some of the past ASR projects. There is an adjudication process that is underway. The state engineer has initiated that process, and it may take some years for that to completely play out. But we have filed what they call claims, or filed the initial notices on water rights with the state engineer's office, and they'll start to evaluate those claims. And in some cases, maybe anticipating, particularly there's a little bit of a difference. In fact, there's a significant difference between a private citizen and a municipality. So municipalities have a better protection from losing water rights than just a typical average citizen. So there are several state laws, one of which is dates back to 2008, but there's other laws that talk about cities, the need for cities to grow into water rights, and I think the state recognizes our future needs. And as we grow in population, we potentially will need additional water. But I think what we're proposing is viewed largely as the state, and I think it's important for the council and for residents to understand this. This idea of the treatment plant hasn't just developed overnight. It's been 3 or 4 years in the making now. We've met a number of times with state officials. They recognize what we're doing, where we're going, and I think they view it as a really good step in illustrating a plan to fully use our water rights. And right now, the surface water is what is largely available. And so I think it goes a long ways in protecting the water rights, as you allude to. It's not just a piece of paper. It's not just state law. The city's actually taking action to fully utilize our water rights and to protect our water rights. And I think it will be viewed in a very positive manner.
Okay, well, that's encouraging. So can I fairly derive from your statement that you really are not concerned about the possibility of losing water rights that we're not using presently?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I think depending on the water right that you're talking about, there's different risk levels, and we probably don't have enough time to go through every single water right. But I think there are a variety of risk levels depending on the different water rights, and I think moving to a treatment plant for culinary water protects water rights across the board. I think it's an excellent move in protecting water rights. And there's a number of steps to take. I mean, we're being very, very cautious and very consistent. We're thinking through not just the technical aspects like building a treatment plant, but the legal aspects of water rights. So I think the council residents need to be aware, there is a good solid plan. This isn't just coming up, like I said, overnight. We have
clearly not. You're making excellent efforts. I am just aware of that concept in the law and just wanted some reassurance. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it's not one that we can just sit back and be casual about on the water rights. So I think, like I said, this is a good step, but we also have to be very active in the adjudication.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Shipley?
Yeah, just a quick question. Something you mentioned about the treatment facility, saving us money long term. That makes sense to me. Why initially is it, even with the capitalized cost? Why? I mean, is Central Utah so efficient that it creates a challenge to become as efficient as they are with our treatment, or did I just hear that wrong? And we'll be we'll have significant cost savings by treating our own water?
So our treatment process is about the same from a cost perspective. It's a slightly different technical treatment process, but from a cost standpoint, the treatment cost is about the same as Central Utah. Where the costs start to ramp up for Central Utah are additional costs that are on top of treatment. So we have, as I mentioned, a power loss agreement. We have, several other agreements with Central Utah that add on top of their traditional treatment. And those costs, those additional costs, would not play in if we owned our own treatment plant. So the power loss is actually largely due to locations where water is drawn out of the Provo River. And where we draw water out for treating it through Central Utah is above the treatment, or is above the power plant in Provo Canyon. If you know where the power plant is, they draw water out for the treatment plant above that. So that means that that water is not available to generate electricity. It doesn't run through the power plant. So they charge you extra money for the fact that they lose that power. It's a power loss charge. But by putting the treatment plant below the power plant in Provo City, within Provo City, it allows the water to go through the power plant so they can generate power with it. So they can't charge us that power loss, but we can still treat it and we can still utilize it. So there's no mechanism for them to charge us those extra charges. So that's where the big savings comes by owning our own treatment plant. I will point out one other thing, and I didn't really mention this in the presentation, but one advantage or one concern, I guess, that I have is Utah County, county-wide, there's only one treatment plant, at least that I'm aware of, in Utah County, and that's the one that Central Utah operates in Orem. By comparison, in Salt Lake County, there's 3 large treatment plants and at least 3 other smaller treatment plants that I know of. Salt Lake County has at least 6 treatment plants that I'm aware of, and there may be more. So from an emergency standpoint, and particularly as you consider geotechnical hazards, earthquakes and things like that, I think Utah County is potentially in a worse situation from an emergency backup. Again, I'm not necessarily advocating that Provo has to be the person that the city that backs up everybody's water supply in Utah County. But I think it is a consideration, and several state officials that we've met with have actually mentioned this exact fact. So it's another reason that I think it's a very good move for Provo to make.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Decker? All right, thank you for that very informative and thorough presentation.
Mr. Sewell, thank you very much, and thanks to the council. Thanks for your time and for all your help. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 7. Or I think I skipped one here. Let's try item number 6, actually. Discussion regarding parking coordinator staffing options. And this is to be presented by Deputy Mayor Isaac Paxman.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. Last council work session, there was a vote taken to reaffirm 3 policy documents. And we welcome that and we'll continue working on parking. But a separate issue was raised and has been raised with us by some of the council members to go ahead and move forward right away with the hiring of a full-time parking coordinator. And so we just wanted to put that in some context, give some options on how that could happen if the council wishes to move forward with that at this time. Currently in our department that handles, or division that handles this, there are 4 positions, 3 of which are filled. And currently one of those, so we have one of those positions is being filled by someone who's doing sustainability for half of their time, and one is being filled by someone who's doing parking coordination with half of their time. And this division is actually in the process of trying to fill a planning position. This is a planning division, and they're in the process of filling the 4th currently vacant position with an additional planner. And so if nothing happens to change that direction today, that's what we would move forward with, and that's that's the direction that division feels they should move. Partly because there are a lot of planning tasks on the table right now that need attention, including a foothills and open space plan, a southeast neighborhood, southeast area plan, and the general plan update and review. So that's kind of where we are. But today we can talk about some options that would get you a full-time parking coordinator right away. So we'll call that what I just described there is option 1. Option 2 would be, instead of filling that 4th vacancy right now with a planner, we could fill it with a parking coordinator and move in that direction. That would still leave a bit of a planning gap. And if you were to want to move with the full-time parking coordinator right away under that approach, we think one way we could fill the need in planning is to set aside like $60,000 for the next fiscal year to hire someone independently to handle some of those planning pieces. And so that would be one way we could go without creating a net new full-time position in that division. There would also be some expenditure this fiscal year. It'd be like $9,500 this fiscal year that we would look to start getting an independent consultant in and start working with that. Third option, it would be to create a net new position in this division. So we would hire a full-time parking coordinator and hire a full-time planner. So instead of this being four positions, we'd move to 5 in this division. That would, of course, require some expense, and I'll give you the numbers here. It would be $18,750 this fiscal year and $112,280 next fiscal year. If you and Gary McGinn is on the Zoom meeting, and he'll have a chance to talk right now. And I would tell you that, well, a couple of things. I think Mr. McGinn would tell you, because he's shared it with us, that if he was told he had some extra money to do something to really move the needle on parking, he would not hire a full-time parking coordinator. He'd put some more into enforcement, get some more enforcement people, and he thinks that might be a better use of it. At the same time, if you say, we're going to get a full-time coordinator, which of these 3 options do you want? He would say, well, give me option 3. Create a new position, give me a new planner and a full-time parking coordinator. And by the way, with either option 2 or 3, we would keep doing the half-time sustainability option with Robert Mills, who, as you know, is handling that right now. So none of these options contemplates taking away that half FTE time on and Gary would say, hey, if I have to choose between option 2 or option 3, I think like any good department director, he wants to get as much manpower as he can to meet the deliverables that he's been assigned to get. I don't think you could find probably a director in our city that would say, yeah, I couldn't use an extra person and put them to good use and give you more deliverables if you gave me more manpower. So he would favor option 3. It does bring up the budget issue. And, as we've made the point before, there's kind of been a council policy to not get ahead of the game on council discussions, to not midstream of, Chief Ferguson telling me about how he needs police officers. There's kind of been a policy of, hey, don't make a motion and say, well, I move that we add 2 new police officers. Instead, at least the practice has been, let's hear all the budget discussions and let's line everything up. Because just a couple more pieces of context for this that we would ask that you keep in mind. But let me insert right here. If the council wants to move ahead with option 2 or 3, even though this isn't administrative driven, we see this is a team effort here, and we appreciate the way that the council members approached us and said, hey, we really have a burning priority on our minds, and we want to see this. This is so important that, setting everything aside, we want to see this happen, and we welcome those discussions. We want to be team players. If you move ahead with this, even though it isn't what the administration is asking for, we will, in good faith and with a smile on our face, we will move ahead with a full-time parking coordinator, and the budget will adjust itself accordingly, and we will live with that new reality just fine. But do keep in mind, this is in the context of an entire city organization that has been, we've put on hold the normal benefits, the normal market, rate increases and other things. And so we've kind of asked our entire, city team to be on pause and hang tight with us while we get through the COVID uncertainty. And there's certainly a lot of desire, at least on the mayor's part, and I think others in the administration, to, as soon as we can, get back to the benefits and the normal increases that have been part of the system always. So that's weighing on the minds. And then we've got other gaps. When this COVID thing hit, as you know, we put a soft hiring freeze in. We've got gaps in engineering. We've got gaps in economic development. These are painful gaps. And so, we would certainly throw out the general caution of let's get through the budget and let's make these big decisions looking at everything. And apart from that, this is not something that, again, the administration is coming to you saying, please give us a full-time parking administrator. Having said all that, talk through it yourselves. And if one of you wants to make a motion and we're going to move with option 2 or 3, we will, salute and be cheerful and ready to move with it. We want to honor your priorities. We really do. And I think Mayor Kaufusi has demonstrated when you've been clear about something that's important to her. I think I remember the time when it was get us a couple more police officers and she found a way to get 6, whatever it was. There's a real desire to serve the council's priorities well. And so that's the spirit in which we present these to you. Why don't I, since I have the floor for a minute, maybe or at least I might recommend Chair Sewell that we see if Gary McGinn has anything to add to that, and then we're done on our side for the presentation.
Sounds good, Mr. McGinn. And I see the mayor's video is on too, so we'll give her a chance after Mr. McGinn if she has something to say too.
Yes, thank you. Option 2 is not a good option for us. It really inhibits what we can do and the things that we're working on. Option 1 stays in line with what the budget that the council approved previously. Option 3, frankly, I like that one. It puts us back at 4 planners, which is where we bare minimum of where we need to be. Then it has a new position, and in that new position, parking coordination could be moved to that. And so it really gives us the flexibility now to really work on a whole range of things, not just parking and sustainability. We're working on those, but we are kind of running up against the clock where we're going to be impacted on some of the things that we're working on. One of the reasons, I think it was mentioned earlier, that if I had extra money, what I'd want to put it in is parking enforcement. So for instance, right now, you'll see some supplementals from us asking for more positions in parking of enforcement. Right now, based on what we have today, the big need I have is parking enforcement. To give you an idea, with everything that we've done in parking planning, if the council decided today to enact a residential permit program in the Joaquin neighborhood, and there's been some discussion of that, and I think all council members have seen that, we could get that implemented this fall. What I couldn't do, the program would be, what I couldn't do is enforce it and appropriately. If the council today decided to do paid parking downtown on Center Street through an app, within a month to 2 months, we could have that implemented and going. With the people we have, what I couldn't do is enforce that. I'm not even really enforcing the current laws that we have citywide. There are things downtown, there are things in the Joaquin neighborhood, but we get calls on average 3 a day, every day, for different parking things and issues throughout the entire city that we're having a hard time keeping up on right now. So I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Let's see if the mayor had anything she wanted to add before we go into that.
Thanks, Council Chair Sewell. I think I would just say how much I appreciate the passion that the council has shown when when Councilmember Sewell and Harding came and met with us. I just really appreciated the urgency that you both had on this particular item. And like was stated by Deputy Mayor Paxman and Director McGinn, is we've got options, but again, we're here to implement what you want. So I would just probably urge you to give us some direction today. I know that when this kind of became the hot topic, I remember reading in the statement that you were hoping a two-week window, and I know we're far beyond that. So anything we can do, but maybe just give us some direction on where you would like to take this at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's bring it back to councilors for questions and or comments. Mr. Hanley.
Thank you. I have a comment and then a question. My comment's some context related to the sustainability position that I know is in the background here, and we're going to talk about in 2 weeks. I've been in conversations with several people over the last while, talking with some professionals, talking with Kevin Garlick at UMPA and accompanied by Don Jarvis in a lot of these conversations. And I just noticed that I got an email today from Robert Mills with some further conversations that Gary and he and I might be able to have about how a sustainability plan might be built into the general plan. So these are the things I'm trying to educate myself about in preparation for 2 weeks. But what I want to say is that my purpose in 2 weeks wasn't to sort of, say make any sort of strong recommendation that there should be only one solution to the sustainability part of this equation, but to present a number of options and help make sure that we're all on the same page about why that position matters, what it can do, and what are some of our options. And some of the options that are becoming more appealing, at least to me, are something along the lines of creating a plan first, either by presumably by some sort of professional help, either by the folks who are already helping with the general plan or some other way. And then, if Robert is able to give it the attention that it needs, and work closely with the mayor and with the council and with the department heads to really make sure that whatever plan we end up having in our hands is something that the entire city is committed to. My sense is that may be a preferred option, actually. And Kevin Garlick is talking about the possibility, he's going to present this at the UMPA meeting next week, that there may be some funding that could come from UMPA regarding this. So this is kind of an interesting development that I hadn't anticipated. And that funding could either be, just paying a flat fee for whatever it costs to have a sustainability plan developed over the next several months, and then Robert could begin that process of executing it. And we could revisit the question at a later point as to whether or not that plan now requires someone full-time or not, and we could cross that bridge at a later point. Anyway, I thought that was all interesting context for this conversation, and because I think it's feeling less worrisome to me that it's a mutually exclusive decision. But my one question maybe to Gary would be, if something like that were to go forward on the sustainability end, which of these options gives Robert the best chance to give the sustainability project the attention that it needs?
I think option 3. And the reason for that is option 3 and option 1 get us back to the base minimum of where we need to be, which is the 4 FTEs that the council approved last budget year for this current fiscal year. Then it allows us to go in and the council to look at whether a full-time parking coordinator, which then frees up a lot of bandwidth among the planning division that Robert heads up, to be able to come in and really dig into some of these issues. So the issue about sustainability, we're pretty excited about it too, is we think for a fairly reasonable fee and with economies of scale with the firm that we're working with, who partner with other firms and groups coming up with sustainability or resiliency plans, is kind of what they're really called in the industry. We think we could have a good economies of scale because we're in the middle of our general plan, and a lot of the things that they're talking about and would think about in a resiliency sustainability plan are things that we're already looking at in our current general plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with Councillor Harding next, representing the Parking Committee. Viewpoint on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to report back that the Parking Committee has met a couple of times now with the administration and have had some very productive meetings. And I think 2 weeks ago, we kind of saw the initial results of one of those meetings, and now we're here for kind of discussing what came out of the second meeting. So the other committee member, Councillor Sewell, if you see things, if I don't represent this as you see it, please step in. But in our meeting with the administration, after reviewing the three options, the committee communicated with the administration that we are happy to support either option 2 or option 3. We feel like that is what is needed to move it forward, and kind of from what we heard, that was the council's preference from our discussions with them. And we definitely see the pros and the cons of option 2 and option 3, and how that fits into past kind of budget practice and all of that. And so I think we suggested to the administration that we would recommend to the council whichever of those two options were their preference between those two options. And so if anything, I think I've heard perhaps a slight preference, kind of, obviously from certain aspects, option 3 is a lot better. For other aspects, option 2 is better. But I think I've picked up a preference for 3 from the administration. But if they wanted to clarify, kind of from that global top view, which of the options between 2 and 3 that would be their preference, that would be what the Parking Committee would recommend to the council to move forward with. And then if I can take off my committee hat and put on just my councilor hat for a moment. It was the administration 5 years ago that convinced me quite persuasively that we needed someone whose sole focus, every day they came into work and what they thought about was parking. And we spent hours and hours talking about all of the kind of the nuances between the different parking garages that we have interests in, and the different things. And we were told, like, the administration knew that things needed to happen, and it wasn't that the administration didn't want them to happen. It's just we didn't have someone who had that responsibility, and that's all that they thought about. They just, that was their job, was parking. And so so I think that's part of where this is coming from. I get excited when we talk about, being able to get some of these programs in place in a couple of months or in 6 months or whatever. And we just recommitted or expressed our support for these documents, but we've had them for many years, and we haven't seen that kind of progress yet. So I'm hopeful that with this renewed focus and with hiring a full-time parking coordinator, that we can see that kind of progress move forward. And I guess the one other thing I wanted to mention is, as we've talked about various aspects of enforcement and the new tools and different things. It's my hope that by changing a bit the way that we enforce, that we can be much more effective at enforcement. And for example, just one of many examples that could be given, but a lot of our permit programs have regulations overnight, and additional, some of the ones that we've considered could have enforcement overnight. No parking between certain hours overnight, and right now the license plate readers aren't being used in the evening, and so I think there's opportunities to extend our enforcement without necessarily buying new resources. And so anyway, I think having a full-time parking coordinator who is looking for efficiencies and is looking, particularly if we move towards a enterprise fund where they're looking to provide the greatest amount of value with the resources that they're given, I think that's we can see some good bang for the buck. So at least that's what my thinking is behind the committee's recommendation, that we go with either 2 or 3, really just relying on with all of the things that the administration explained, or the pros and cons between option 2 and option 3. We'd be happy to support whichever one they felt was better.
Thank you. Let's go over to Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I would say that I'm largely in favor of option 3 and very supportive of the position that Dave Harding has enunciated. But I want to get clear on one thing, Mr. McGinn. You've indicated that your primary priority is you need more manpower for enforcement. So when we talk about expanding the FTEs to 5 to give you another planner and a full-time parking coordinator, what does that do for your enforcement capabilities?
It doesn't do anything. And that's one of the issues, is we do need enforcement, and enforcement's a separate issue. We could do all the parking coordination and planning we want, but that's not really the enforcement side of the house. So for instance, we have, because of what we've done over the last few years, we have the ability, technology, capability, everything to do paid parking through an app on Center Street downtown today. Now it'd take us a month or so to gear up and do it. It'd take us, probably around $10,000 in signage and different things like that. But we could do it. We have the technology, we have the planning resources and everybody to implement that. What I don't have is the people and manpower to use it. I have LPRs, license plate readers that we use, and we use effectively throughout the city. But what I don't have is enough people to go and cover into the evenings and things like that. One of the things I know, I've heard that in 2 weeks, a parking discussion at study meeting that we're going to have. One of the things that we want to focus about is to talk to the council about parking enforcement, what we do, how we do it. And I think we're doing it, frankly, as efficiently with the technology that we have as we can right now. Where the lack is not coming up with a smarter or better way to do the enforcement, but actually the people to be able to do that enforcement. We use license plate readers all the time. Same thing in Joaquin or other areas. We could retool some of those existing parking permit areas. That the big part and issue with that isn't finding the bandwidth to go in and retool those and rethink the different hours or how we would do it. It's once that's done, enforcing it. That's where we're having trouble. Right now, even if we didn't do anything new with parking, nothing new, we're at absolute capacity with parking enforcement, all the needs that we have throughout the entire city. It's not just in parking permit areas. It's not just downtown. It's everywhere in the city that we go to do parking enforcement. And that's where we really struggle and need the help right
Okay.
now. Now, if we add significant enforcement areas because of permit, or we change the rules and go, say, much later in the evening, realistically, we can't enforce past 6 o'clock downtown without more manpower. I need more resources for people to use the existing equipment we have to be able to enforce on parking issues downtown after 6 p.m.
Okay, well, when I hear the word enforcement, I'm thinking not only parking, but also zoning enforcement.
What, zoning enforcement?
Yeah, zoning enforcement is as much in need, if not more, than parking enforcement. And so my question for you is, when you make your presentation for budget here in the near future, will you be making a recommendation to us for additional FTEs for both parking and zoning enforcement?
Yes, I gave my presentation last week.
Well, that's
and in that presentation, I said I needed two additional full-time zoning enforcement people, which gets us back to the 6 that we had in the past from the council, but because of COVID, we could not rehire. So I only have 4. I need to get back to 6. That's kind of a bare minimum. We really can't do anything without getting back to 6. So that's 2 FTEs I need there. We also talked about we need in parking enforcement, we would a bare minimum 1 FTE parking enforcement person. We would love to have 2, and we need secretarial help. We have a couple of hundred parking appeals every month, and the parking enforcement supervisor handles all of that. And it's just right now, without anything new, without any new parking coordination, parking planning, implementing of any strategic plans or anything like that, I need that help there. And we're bringing those to the council now through supplemental requests. So for me, what you'll be seeing in supplemental requests are 2 enforcement officers for zoning enforcement, 2 enforcement officers for parking enforcement, plus secretarial help, administrative help. And then with parking enforcement, to implement the plan, the final leg of wayfinding, we're talking about to implement that strategic plan that the council, and we were really happy about this, that the council voted their support again. We're going to need around $350,000 to implement that. So you'll see a supplemental request for that too.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood the parameters of your needs.
Yeah, so, yes, they're quite a bit.
Okay, so thank you very much.
All right, we're about 7 minutes over here. Is there someone that would like to make a motion, or kind of where do you feel like we're at on this? Mr. Harding?
Based on our discussion with the administration and what we discussed was, if the council, and this is the if, but if the council is supportive of moving forward with hiring a full-time parking administrator, they could get going on it as far as creating the job description and all of that, and have everything ready to go. If we wanted to schedule an appropriation for 2 weeks, and then they could even, with clear guidance now, they could even be moving forward with that hiring process, and then in 2 weeks we can have the appropriation ready for the evening meeting. So I move that the council requests that the administration move forward with hiring a full-time parking coordinator. Ooh, and I just realized we still really haven't decided between option 2 or option 3, but for the sake of the motion, I'll move that we move forward with option 3 and schedule the required appropriation for the 30th of March in order to kind of follow the option 3 that the administration presented to us.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I see Mr. Paxman has a comment, and then Mr. Jones.
Something that just became clear as I was thinking about this as the discussion was going is that option 2 could be viewed as a half step. You could do option 2, which says move forward right now with a parking coordinator. Let's not even talk about the $60,000 for a consultant. Let's get through the budget and let's decide if we're going to add that extra planning position or another one. And it's awkward to go, I feel Mr. McGinn's pain completely, but we deal with every director, and let's talk to Keith Morey about having 2 positions out for a while, and Gary's been out positions too, so it's tough. But that would be a half step. We're going to do a full-time parking coordinator, move on with it, and at the end of the budget, we will decide on the planning position. Would be a half step. I just add that in case that's helpful to anyone as you're thinking of this. But we'll move ahead with either one.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. My comment was more about the specifics of the motion. I have to check with planning. There are noticing requirements that need to be met with appropriations and timelines for doing that. So I think probably my suggestion would be, instead of actually mandating a schedule, that you simply indicate to the administration which option you want them to pursue, and that they pursue it as quickly as they can, and not try to set dates that might have to be changed later when we try to put the noticing together.
And I'm happy to amend. I'm happy to amend the motion to reflect that. But in our discussion, there was some discussion about timing, and felt that this was doable.
Okay, so Mr. Harding has amended his motion according to Mr. Jones' suggestion. Is your second still stand on that, Mr. Fillmore, with the amendment?
Yes, it does, Mr. Sewell.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right. I'll just make a really quick comment. I'll go to Mr. Shipley. I see his hand up.
I'd still prefer you to go first. No, I guess as I've been listening, I'm supportive of this, and I've talked to some of you about being supportive of the full-time position and having somebody coordinate and administrate and just really run with this, especially where I look at it as a short-term investment for something that I want to be a sustainable department, at some point, a group that is really looking long-term and saying how, from a future planning perspective, can we make parking at least revenue neutral, right? And be able to both administer it and also enforce it at an adequate level. And there are going to be bumps, and I guarantee you over the next few years, we're not going to get it right out of the gate, right? We're going to, it's going to be a cost center for a while, before we can get to that point. But if somebody was laser focused on making it revenue neutral, I think that would help. I guess what I was going to say though is I'm the fact that we're voting today to move forward with this, and then hearing from on the presentation next week as far as progress that has been made from parking, makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know that 2 weeks makes a huge difference. I think I'm supportive of moving in the direction of having, somebody coordinate this and administer this and be full time. But I guess I'm a little anxious about the fact that we're voting on this to move forward with this when we have a presentation in 2 weeks about the progress to the council. So anyway, that's my comment. I think I can still support us moving this direction, but a little strange to me that we started here and not with that presentation.
Thank you. Well, I guess my quick comment is just, I appreciate what Mr. Shipley said. I really want to see a sustainable model developed that includes an on-street paid parking model that's revenue neutral. And I agree that we do need more enforcement resources with the right person heading it up and developing the right model for us. I think that will take care of itself over time, and we'll have plenty of resources we need. to have very effective enforcement. So I'm supportive. Any other comments? All right, well, we'll call for a vote on the motion then. I'll just go down in the order I'm seeing them on my screen here. Mr. Fillmore.
Yes.
Mr. Harding.
Yes.
Mr. Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Mr. Hoban.
Yes.
My names are jumping around, so I've got to remember who I've called. Mr. Fillmore, have I called you?
Yes, you did. I'm a yes vote.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let's see. So where am I at? Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoban, did I call on you? Am I missing anybody besides myself then?
I think you've got a unanimous vote if you vote yes.
Okay, and I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes also. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had forgotten that those names jump around on the right side of the screen there. All right, thank you. Let's move on to item number 7, which is a presentation regarding feedback from the Open City Hall survey on trails. And I'll turn this over to Councillor Handley. Do the best you can, Mr. Handley, to try to cover this as quickly as possible. We do have a lot to cover in closed session today as well.
Understood. Yeah. Well, essentially, you are all aware that Utah Valley Trails Alliance presented a plan for trail improvements and developments in the whole area of our city and the foothills, including plans for trails and improvements of trails on Forest Service land. We hosted the Open City Hall and got over 400 comments from the public, very, very strongly in favor of the plan. And additional comments were given. We thought it would be, we on the Foothills Committee thought it would be important to send a strong letter of resolve to the Forest Service about our feeling, not so much about the details of the trail plan per se, but just about the hope that we have that we could work with them as the steward of those lands, continued steward of those lands, to work out arrangements for recreational opportunities that are implied in the trails plan and very much on the minds of our citizens. So this resolution attempted to just recap some of that background for the purposes of sharing this with the Forest Service and, presumably with Representative Curtis as well, so that the folks who have the say as to what the Forest Service stewardship continues to be will remain, will at least be aware of what our city's conversations have been in recent months about open land and preservation of the foothills, and how strong the desire is on the part of our citizens and this council and the administration for that area remaining in Forest Service hands, and with the anticipation that we would have those further conversations with the Forest Service. So that's essentially the reason for this, is to send that message to them that we have been in this conversation for quite a long time, and that there are several developments that we think they need to be aware of, so that they understand, even though that these are lands that obviously lie beyond the city boundaries, they understand what the public strongly desires and what the city government therefore is responding to and also desires. So I've sent this around. I've talked with many of you. We did some last minute wordsmithing and editing of it. And so we would, if this is something that we would go forward with, tonight we would require, and Brian might be able to help me out here, but I think we have to make a substitute motion for the most recent draft of it, which I don't know if we need to bring that up right now.
Well, there's two ways you can do it. One is you can wait until this evening and make a substitute motion to substitute the amended text as the exhibit for the implied motion, or you can actually make that motion right now, in which case it's not actually a substitute motion here, because you are making a main motion in this meeting to change the exhibit for the evening meeting to what you are talking about at this moment. Then when you get to the evening meeting, the implied motion already applies to the right document.
Okay. And I did talk with Isaac, and I know the mayor was talking about this earlier today. If there's any feedback they want to provide for us about this, but what I understood from my conversation is that they are willing to make this a joint resolution. So that was one of the things that needed to be amended on the document. The other thing I should say by way of clarification is that we are the language is that describes the area we're talking about is we're not putting exact coordinates or boundary lines on there, but we've thought it was just helpful that in that sense, so that it points to the stewardship of the Forest Service in that area. Without going into too much detail, so that we're not being too specific. I don't know, Brian, if I'm saying that well enough or clear enough as you expressed earlier.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think you're not actually passing legislation that does anything to a specific piece of property, so there's no reason that you need to describe it with any specificity or particularity, as long as it's clear to the recipient of the resolution, which is the Forest Service, what you're talking about.
Okay. Anyway, so I don't know if there are questions or discussion that council or administration wants to have about this. I'm happy to do so. Were you trying to make a comment, Mr. Sewell?
I was. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I had to switch headphones because of a battery problem, but I think I missed part of Brian Jones' suggestion about how we should do this. Could you kind of clarify what that was?
Sure. I just mentioned that you could either wait until this evening and make a substitute motion, the way that we often do when we're making changes to an exhibit during the meeting, or a main motion could be made right now in this meeting to substitute the exhibit for this evening, so that that's already done.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, if there is no discussion, I would make that motion that we do the substitute, or I guess I move that the exhibit that we will vote on tonight should be the revised version. That do we need to have it pulled up right here?
Has everybody had a chance to see it, and is it in final form? Is it already styled as a joint resolution? And
it was circulated by email. John, where is it at? Is it in on base now, or I think we're waiting for it to go into on base after it's been substituted.
It's on base. I can pull it up. The joint resolution?
Yes.
1 second.
And what we're waiting for that, Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes, I'm curious what changes have been made in the last 24 hours.
You would have seen a copy of it. I think I sent it first thing this morning, but it is not. Most of it was wordsmithing. There was also. It's now says that it's a joint resolution. I don't know, Mr. Harding. I mean, he and I went back and forth on one paragraph in particular, which is still there, but there was I think there was some changes made to, I actually thought it was just mostly very helpful clarification of the pros. I don't remember anything substantive, if that's your recollection, Mr. Harding. Whoops, you're muted.
It had been so long since I did that. I've got the file compare up right now, and we're talking about like commas and a term called sold for rather than fall into. Little wordsmithing on that. I don't recall anything of substance. There were a couple of substantive conversations or discussions that we had, but none of that made it into the draft.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion?
Well, I didn't get a second, so.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Good to
I'll
have
second it. Oh.
Seconded by Mr. Fillmore. Thanks for having our former chair keep me on my toes here. All right, is there any discussion on the motion now that it's been seconded? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Let's see if I can go through everybody in order this time. Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
Mr. Hanley?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Mr. Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes as well. And hopefully we ended up with 7 votes there. All right. That brings us to our closed session. Cliff has advised we'll need 5 to 10 minutes to set up. So try to get there and be ready as quickly as you can. Thank you. Oh wait, let's see. I guess I need to ask if there's any objection or no to move into closed session.
You have to
Brian,
take a
go
vote
ahead.
for the closed session.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you need an affirmative motion. There has been a closed session requested. It deals with character and competence of individuals. For that reason, it is an appropriate topic for a closed session, so a motion would be appropriate at this time.
Thank you.
I move that we enter a closed session.
I second that.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Well, let's see. I guess I'll go through the names again. Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Mr. Harding?
Yes.
Mr. Hanley?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. Did I miss someone that time?
I vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor Ellsworth. I'm going to look on my paper next time because it doesn't change. The order doesn't change. All right, we'll see you in about 5 minutes if possible. Thank you.